It's a family. It's a deep underwater aquatic family. People can't look at it for more than like a second or so before flinching. Can't look at them. You shouldn't misgender the family. Or it, the family. It's a them. There's two of them, I think. I think it's born. But yeah, people can't. They just flinch right away. It's too creepy. So I'm like, you know what? Let's start a video with it. So that's what people deserve. People deserve to have what they can't take shoved into their faces without them realizing it's coming. But also, you know, they're proud. We're all God's creatures. So yeah, I'm doing it for the pride. Exposure. Expose the marginalized creatures. Or something like that. No, but it gets scarier, arguably, right? Yeah, I'm sure they too are a proud family. Illiterate children rescued from temple home that smelled like, and we're never gonna find out, because I sure as hell didn't find out. But what's scarier? All God's children this deep underwater, or the all God's children as land creatures? Sometimes it's hard to tell. You know, I think even the speciesists would say that, yeah, as scary as these are, you know, as in the human supremacist speciesists, I'm pretty sure they would say these two lads are scarier. And, you know, it's just happenstance that you weren't their kid, in case you didn't realize it. Yeah, it's just happenstance. You weren't the kid of the two, and I guess there was a woman here somewhere. There must have been, if there were children. Yeah, and it could have been you. It's just happenstance that it wasn't. But if you're watching and it was you, I'm sincerely sorry. And I don't even know what happened, but it doesn't look like it was good at all. Okay, so on to the news. First U.S. war the public never supported. Really? I'm sure there must have been at least one before. Who am I to deny whatever org I got this from? And yeah, Iran, a war so stupid, even the Americans will never support it, even in the early goings, but especially the longer it keeps going. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, he said it, but it seems like he said it well before June 10th, but they picked up on the June 10th one and made billboards out of it. Yeah, more power to them. But yeah, he must have said it like, you know, a few weeks before too. You know, it's as if he's been saying it ever since the victory, the second victory in 2024. Yeah, he might as well have been saying it ever since. All he had to do was just sit and relax and do nothing. And it would have gone so well for him, but, you know, he had to do stuff because he's that way. You know, it's like bribes are like oxygen for him. So to kind of distract from the bribes and from the protection of the pedos and stuff, he starts wars. And then he's forced to say, I love the inflation. Learn why prices are up. Oh, no, don't plug your stupid crap. No, the prices are up because there's markets and people are looking to make ever more profits. And, you know, the strait is still sort of closed. That's why the prices are up. But yeah, you know, there's a lot of people still making a killing in various ways. Yeah, man, the tentacles. I was talking about the tentacles, and then there's like ever more tentacles. But, you know, pretty sure I got this off Blue Sky too, so there's no schooling tentacle, but it all starts with the schooling. But a lot of people can't quite think that far. I think he really means it this time. Iran deal imminent, yeah. But I think it's not just madness. I think there's a method to it, you know, a method. I think he kind of goes like, if I just contradict myself more times than any human has ever contradicted themselves in, you know, such a short time span, I can get like all the smart people, even the journalists, to stop paying attention to me and the claims I make. Because I've just contradicted myself so much. Like, it must feel stupid to even pay attention to what I'm doing at this point, because all I do is contradict myself. Not even daily, but like hourly and minutely. So that's kind of the game plan. It's just, yeah, just be a complete nothing. Just nothing in terms of like propositional value, like zero, because that's how many contradictions there are. And by doing that, like people will just stop paying attention because it's like, it's stupid. Like you must feel stupid to pay attention. It's like, what is he going to say? It's going to be a contradiction. No matter what he says, the next sentence will contradict it. So yeah, if you're not stupid, you just stop paying attention. So maybe that's what the media will do. Or maybe not. Too much. American corporate media in 2025. Yeah, CNN's reporting it like it was born yesterday. Yeah, but this guy sucks, and I might get into that a bit later. Yeah, well, if you report what the Iranian government says, yeah, you're only a little better than CNN. You know, fuck both sides. Yeah, that's the moral of the story. Fuck both sides. Fuck the Iranian government for being, you know, Islamo-fanatics. You know, it's almost worse than just being non-ideologically corrupt. Because, you know, when you're non-ideologically corrupt, then, you know, if you just give him enough money, he'll do the right thing. But, you know, the Iranian government, there's no amount of money you can give them for them to do the right thing. So, in a way, it's worse. Trump thinks we will believe whatever he says because way too many continue to do so. They fell for the con. Yeah, that's kind of your bog standard blue sky comment. Yeah. If you're gonna put his mug on it, it might as well be him snoozing. It's been snoozing a lot. You know, he even bores himself with all his contradictions. Ah, yes. Gender as neck. Gender as neck. But hang on, I had another thing here. Yeah, that guy. Let's hear what he has to say.
And you know something?
Slow him down.
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico.
Turn him down a bit.
California.
The lesson is the establishment has a lot to apologize for. You know, the oppressive establishment. But not only for the typical reasons we hear. Because he deserved to go further than he did. But he was too vivacious. You know, how did Shaw put it? Nations gesticulate, as in the people of a nation are prone to gesticulate in proportion to as they are vivacious. Yeah, and sometimes politicians not only gesticulate a lot, but they get vivacious along the way, and it ends their career, or at least their campaign, and then more or less their career.
Michigan!
And like no one gets it, that like demeanor mattered a lot more than it should have for like a long time in the world, and still does. Donald's kind of helping out. Donald's making it so that demeanor counts for less. But like this guy, even though he's like cis-het, like the whole 9 yards, like totally cis-het white, he still had to pay for his demeanor. And he ran a decent enough campaign. But he had like a outdoorsy demeanor, and America said no. Like the very establishment that you all decry, you can never think to decry it for the right reasons. But I'm gonna say it, even though he doomed his own campaign with his vivaciousness and outdoor voice and crazed delivery, I'm still gonna say he has a lot to be proud of. Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's just pride. When you're proud, you just do it. Because you're not concerned with what the drones will say, but you shouldn't have gone into politics on those grounds. Yeah, let's hear it again. Yeah, he's all vivacious and And quirky, you're quirky. You know, you're quirky and it's not your fault. And you should have gone further than you did. But yeah, even all these years later, when they say the establishment, they mean like a bunch of issues and not the demeanor part. So I'm here to explain it all. And to explain why we all, the crazier and rantier we are, the more reasons we have to be proud. You know, even though they try to instill false consciousness on us, on all of us. But this is kind of the most glaring example of it. So happy Pride.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? Ladies and gentlemen,
In other words, his morality rests upon his dignity, and his dignity rests upon his morality.
Yeah, man's, so everyone's.
But apart from this circular argument, it seems to me that the idea of dignity can be applied only in an ironical sense to a being whose will is so sinful, whose intellect is so limited.
He's talking about man, by which he means everyone.
Whose body is so weak and perishable as man's.
Yeah, there we go.
How shall a man be proud?
But Trump meant everyone, make no mistake.
His conception is...
I don't care if you identify as one or not. Chop meant you. He meant like
in
everyone.
An ironical sense.
He meant everyone except like me and maybe like 13 other people.
Being whose will is so sinful, whose intellect is so limited, whose body is
man,
so weak and perishable as man's.
That frightful animal.
How shall a man be proud?
That animal that inspires fright in self and others.
When his conception
and animals.
Crime.
That's your best prose. Your best prose is the kind of prose that describes how, you know, man ought to inspire kind of camaraderie in many beasts. But man inspires fright and flight. Even the beasts that can kick his ass, you know, they flee from him. Because they know he stoops to tools such as weapons. Yeah. A lion and the tiger don't need no weapons. Because they won't stoop as low as man. But let's go from...
sense.
Yeah, it's stupid to premise morality on dignity and then dignity on morality for man. So everyone. It's so stupid. Or decency, you know... But we can sketch out a path to better outcomes by just getting people to understand that, like, they can enjoy themselves more. You know, whatever, hedonically, preference, desire, theory-wise, they can enjoy themselves more. If they just start practicing integrity, it's not that hard. You'll have more fun. You'll think more highly of yourself. There's all kinds of benefits. You know, start practicing integrity. You know, and then you'll sketch a path to like a better outcome for like all.
To a being who's...
That's all you need. Less group warfare, less wormy thought, more integrity and impartiality. But, you know, keeping account of things like reciprocity. Yeah, don't be impartial to those who've like tried to screw you over. Don't be impartial to them. Exclude them from the equation. Menace them doubly if they dare to menace you. Unless you did something stupid or, you know, wicked to them, which rarely, if ever, happens. Yeah, because you're like one of the 13 decent people.
Is so sinful, whose intellect is so limited,
Yeah.
whose body is so weak and perishable as man's.
I'm saying that because it's mid-June 2026, and this political shit is getting out of control. It's mid-June 2026. It's June 14th, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, I'm right. It's June 14th, isn't it? You all seeing what I'm seeing? What's going on? You know, finally all those videos about the collapse of society don't seem quite as out of place and wacky. Yeah, you know, civil order my ass.
How shall a man be proud when his conception is a crime, his birth...
Why isn't Trump in prison? Wah. But seriously, you know, seriously. You know, the stuff that's come out about the extent of the pedo in-house protection. There's pedo in-house protection, man. There's pedo in-house protection. There's been another rung of it. It's deep. I'm not one to say that, you know, oh, we got to kick all these people's asses, but man, you know, I make my fair share of subtle jokes on how funny the topic of pedophilia is, but like, yeah, they deserve to get their asses kicked, man. Prison's too good for them. Prison's too good for them. If they're on the pedo payroll, or pedos themselves, or these epiphenophiliacs too. Sure, epiphenophiliacs are not as bad as pedos, but, you know, it's kind of creepy. I'll grant that much. But in Why There Is Misandry, I kind of say that the epiphenophiliacs are, like, nowhere near as bad. But given how bad this has come, like, by the time Why There Is Misandry comes out, you know, I just may retract it even more.
Penalty is life.
Oh, man, just all kinds of in-house pedophilia and even pedophilia protection in the U.S. government, like inside, by astonishingly stupid, inept, clumsy people who can't cover their asses, you know, where their lives like hanging on it, which just might happen. You know, these people's lives may be hanging on their competence to incompetence ratios, and they seem very incompetent. So like, if like the next time someone asks, she's like, oh, you're a pessimist, you hate people, why haven't you committed suicide? Yeah, it's like, then I don't get to see what happens. Then I don't get to see justice doled out to this in-house. This establishment is the naughtiest in-house there's ever been, I think, in my lifetime. You know, they're tied with Putin. And whatever, the Chinese are horrible, but, you know, are they as morally horrible as the shit Putin and the US have been doing? Are the Chinese as morally horrible? I don't know. I don't know enough, but maybe not. I don't know enough about China to answer that question, but maybe not. This is, you know, not a kind of thing I thought I'd be recording, like even a year and a half ago. Like US is tied with Putin in terms of like moral and diplomatic failure. Like US is tied with Putin, and like the Chinese are doing better, maybe like slightly better. Yeah, the Chinese like want to help all these nations by, sure, nickel and diming them, but you know, like the Chinese aren't going to be threatened if like the Philippines does like really well, you know. And what about Cuba? It's awful, you know. I know people who are like, they changed their minds on the Trump administration because of what he did to Cuba and what he keeps doing to Cuba. Ma wouldn't admit defeat on Trump until this Venezuela and then especially Cuba shit happened. That's what it took for Ma to finally admit defeat on Trump, that I was right all along. That's how stupid Ma and many millions of people are. It took Cuba for the tanky to fest that like the libs were always right on Trump. It took Cuba for the tanky to tap. And some tankies, like some fucking Vatniks, still aren't tapping.
Labor and death, a necessity.
Trump is just worse. Trump is just
So
worse.
limited.
I was right. But, you know, there's people who have Trump derangement syndrome coming up.
Whose
But,
body
you know, I say it's not Trump derangement syndrome, but yeah, it's very close.
is so weak and perishable as
But not me.
man's.
Sorry, this was
Sense
not.
to a being
This is not
who-
supposed to be political. I wanna do Latin. I wanna debut Latin on no avail. It's such a lovely language.
He is so sinful,
He reads it, I wouldn't dare.
whose intellect is so limited, whose body is so weak and perishable as man's.
Yeah.
How shall a man be proud when his conception is a crime, his birth a penalty, his life a labor, and death a necessity?
QED.
And here Schopenhauer quotes two lines in Latin which essentially say in Latin exactly what he's just said. Here in German.
You're gonna die.
Now, as that's in English. Quid superbit homo, cuius concepto culpa, nasci poena, labor vita, necesse mori.
It's a lovely tongue, I wouldn't dare. No, there's some things you're humble on. I wouldn't dare try to read Latin. See? I know where I ought to be humble. I know perfectly well. But I'm just saying, it looks and sounds lovely. And it's its debut on Avail.
Pardon my Latin.
No, you did great.
Back Schopenhauer now.
You're very formal for a Schopenhauer fan. You know, I would think these Schopenhauer fans and avid readers, like he's done a whole series, man. Like it's the main thing he does. He does a great job. But, you know, you'd think like a shop guy, you know, he's not swayed, but he loves it. But he's not swayed. He's a family man. But he's like, oh, it's all about shop. He loves shop, and he's a family man. And he never like scrutinizes shop or says anything like overtly negative about shop. You know, but like he's a family man, and he's not swayed. It's like, yeah, he's totally like, it's like, yeah, you should have dunked on Hegel. Yeah, you know, it's just like all shop. You know, it's great. He's great. Like, I might not even need to, like, do that delayed stuff because he's read so much. I might not. But he's great, and, you know, spoiler for coming up. Spoiler. Yeah, but he's, like, for a shop avid reader, you'd think he wouldn't be as formal. Yeah. It's good. Maybe he's formal because he tries to just appeal to the twatter heads. Yeah, no, don't ever click on twatter. Don't ever go on twatter. You've read enough shop. You should know better than to ever think you ought to go on twatter.
Absolute hectic scenes. What do you think of it, mate?
It's a load of shit, mate, isn't it?
I mean, look at this officer.
Here's another crisis. Dumpy.
So there's a lot of young lads are trying to go around the police now, as you can see. A few of them going out of the way. But yeah, look at the amount that is needed for this operation. They're trying to get hit by a bottle as well. Don't want to get cracked.
Speedy recovery, I'd say.
Videos. I love your videos. Yeah, of course.
Yes, mate. We're going to be in the vlog.
Can do, mate.
Stop the fucking boats!
There we go. So guys, this is the handshake.
He needed multiple surgeries. I'd say, you know, miraculous recovery.
Police, this guy's obviously had a bit to drink. He's getting a bit angry.
He keeps going to the dangerous places.
Bottles are getting thrown, things are getting lobbed at the police. This isn't looking very good, but guys,
Yeah, and he kind of sneaks in aspects of narratives that aren't exactly true. He's partial to certain narratives.
Police force, Hampshire police force.
He wouldn't get on with James, I get the sense.
All of them are to blame, but this ideology where you can just like racism and that is prioritised over someone being murdered has angered the general public. Things are getting lobbed left, right and centre. And have a look here, guys. Right goes on.
Have you seen the footage?
Yeah.
What did you
guys?
Do you think it's right?
Yeah, get it.
Thank you, mate. You get it?
You're angry. I'm angry too.
Yeah. Okay, good. Bang! Do you guys get
I do my job. I'm just keeping everyone safe. That's all I'm doing. Guys, things are getting thrown. We're going to head around and see what's happening so we don't want to get hit.
Yeah,
guys. I think a lot of the children, women,
just a lot of.
I think a lot of the young lads are the ones who are going to stay.
A lot of
people angry. Even Nigel Farage said we should react with cold rage. Were his words.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. It's not hard to say that that's a stupid thing to say, Wesley. I know you want to court, I guess, one-sided knucklehead crew. Yeah, but you know you are brave. But wow, what a recovery so fast. But I'm not doubting he was attacked. He was attacked, but still, man. I don't know. Maybe he's wearing makeup or something. Like I remember being a lot less bruised for reasons back in the day. You know, every now and then you get super bruised, and you know, it takes you a lot longer to get like fully non-bruised. So I guess he's probably wearing makeup. But you know, like none of these people are gonna like remember what James said. I don't think they listened to James, but I have it on good authority as per James that when you look at like the statistics, you know, the police still in the aggregate discriminate against non-whites, however that is discerned. In the UK, they still discriminate more against the non-whites than they do against the whites over there. You know, if James is right on that. James says like all the statistics, decade after decade, point to just in the aggregate, yeah, the police are worse to non-whites for like unjustifiable reasons. It's discriminatory. You know, it's like what the BLM people say, but here James said it, you know. But none of these people are like, you probably just deny that or say it doesn't matter anyway because the Novak thing was such a spectacular failure. I agree, but you know.
This is said to be the place where Henry Novak was fatally stabbed. I don't believe it's the actual house of the murderer, but this is the place where it happened, they're saying. And obviously, people have come to pay the respects, but at the same time, they're very angry as well.
Yeah, save all kids. Yeah, that's how you do it. You save all kids. Save our kids. Yeah, it's all the Volk have. The Volk can't do better. You know, you can't do the hashtag with all. You know, unless they do the hashtags that say all lives matter, and then the progs get angry at them. So it's all very fucked up and complex. But you know, come on. It's just. Why inject partiality into Novak's, you know, awful end scene?
Sandy's been stabbed, so
Where do
just
you think
checking.
you've been stabbed?
I don't want
In the face?
I don't want to.
Oh no, but we have to check, don't we? In the face?
Protest.
He's again throwing left, right, stand up. He's got a bin. Holy fuck. It's going off, guys. It's all going off. Everyone's saying he's got a bin. He's got a 2 wheelie bins. Chairs are getting thrown. Holy.
Bin attack. Bin attack. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't let your coppers carry. Thugs throw bins at your coppers when your coppers don't carry.
Everyone's picking up anything they can find and chucking out the 6 officers. It's got a long way to go back.
It's a stupid thing to do. I remember just a couple of years ago, like Wesley would call them knuckleheads as they did this, but I guess Wesley found that, you know, you grow better when you stop calling them knuckleheads. I mean, come on, Wesley.
Getting hit.
That's uncalled for.
Holy crap, guys. It's all going off. People are angry. Young lads angry at the police, taking out their anger at the police.
Yeah,
Bystanders on the street
doesn't
watching
solve
on.
anything. You know, vote for politicians who run against the police and don't get scared when they incur backlash. Yeah. So, you know, vote your way out of it. Oh, wait, no, that hardly ever works. Don't vote your way out of it. But don't throw bins at them either.
Pepper spray out.
You know, just make good arguments the way I do. You know, police are too entitled and way too often absolved of culpability because of the inside, you know, friendships. They often just form very good bonds because they put their lives on the line. So their higher ups like feel horrible for them when they screw up. So they don't really make them, you know, do the whole accountability thing. You know, it's a brotherhood and I guess to some extent a sisterhood of putting lives on the line to protect the local peoples. It gives them all kinds of superiority complexes that they don't deserve. Yeah. But they don't deserve Volk throwing bins at them either.
Very heavy objects getting thrown, guys. Metal, glass, the rock.
Just reason them into better conduct as policemen.
People's houses are under attack. No car is safe at the minute.
Yeah. Tell them that as good cops who are supported by large segments of the population, they'll like feel justified to have like integrity, and then they'll feel good for those reasons because integrity feels good.
Shards of glass are being scattered on the floor.
You gotta bribe.
This is the road where Henry was murdered. Oh my God, he's got a chair.
You gotta engage in kind of epistemic bribery.
Wait a minute. Oh, he's got a tin pan. Rocks are being thrown. Got hit right in the nuts.
And later tonight, Belfast. That's
Pain.
later tonight on No Avail. Belfast.
The officer
Or
let-
Belfast.
There's one officer take all the flak.
Either way, it's a cool thing to name a city.
Oh, geezer. Patriot.
Too bad it's filled with racist cunts.
Oh,
And whatever other people who, would have hated whites no matter how the whites conducted themselves. But, the loyalists.
oh, geez, rock has been thrown. Get in the net,
It's
guys.
just fun. It's just fun to say Belfast. I'm sorry.
This is absolute brutality from the protesters here. Things are getting hit on cars. One officer's down.
It's always an adventure with Wesley.
Oh my God, mate. Things are non-stop here at the moment. This is what people are arguing against the two-tier policing. They're taking out their anger.
No,
here.
it's wrong, but I can't say I'm not having fun watching them retreat. It's wrong. It's wrong, and their motives are all wrong. Oh, our kids, as opposed to kids of other ethnicities, you don't care what happens to them. Fuck off. But yeah, I love watching them leave.
They're being thrown in
I
all sorts, guys. Look at that.
hate to see them go. Love to watch them leave.
This is really going off. It's all going off, guys.
But yeah,
This isn't going to end well. They're going to need the reinforcements.
yeah, tell them they're knuckleheads. Come on, you did it once.
Wheelchair.
I know traffic's fun,
Uh-oh.
but I don't know that.
Guys.
Not firsthand.
Nobody's got the money. Tegrity Farms used to be a sponsor of the Turkey Trot, but as you know, we've recently all lost Tegrity.
We are in the thick of it now. The line has woken up. People have had enough. Stone and rocks and chucking it. Oh my word. It's raining, guys. Raining stones. Cheers, been lobbed at youngster.
Pow! Right in the kisser.
Alright guys, what I can see over there,
The
you get the
aim
white
of the
swords up, they're gonna
hoodlum.
swing round and... Uh-oh. There they go. Bounce it out! Patriots back! Police brutality! The shields are getting his bike is being rammed, guys. Oh my lord. Oh.
But I'm not alarmed. I'm not alarmed. And I don't know why.
In science, the question, what is life, has proven so intractable that it has produced a recurrent heresy called vitalism. Philosophy and law have been equally powerless to produce a general definition. The word life has named the exuberance of nature or of God, but until recently, it has been something that could be substantially known only through its embodiments. Today, according to Ivan Illich, this word is being used in a new and unprecedented sense, what he calls a substantive sense, as if life
What I would call a conceptually reckless sense.
not an attribute,
But yeah,
or an
substantive.
word is being used in a new and unprecedented sense,
Yeah, it's
what he calls a substantive sense.
so substantive. Nietzsche is like, that's the foundation of everything I'm going to stand for. It's life. It's like next level substantive, but it's like a false deck.
As if life were not an attribute or an experience, but a thing in itself.
It's not just that they want to affirm life. The affirm part could be countered with pessimism, but it's like, you don't need to be a pessimist. There's these dynamic reasons to look at them as dupes. Anyone who wants to affirm life, who desperately wants to affirm life. It's like the affirmation part, sure, but you don't even need to be anti-affirmation. You don't need to be pessimist. You could just think about like life as a category, as a substantive thing, and you can see it's hazy. But, people, even the most skeptical, otherwise skeptical, they just have a boundless appetite for bullshit when it comes to grand stuff. So they invent life as a grand word. It's like, and they
This
think
word is being used in a new and unprecedented sense.
yeah, grand sense, apotheosis, and if you don't affirm it, you're sick. It's so
What he
stupid.
calls a substantive sense.
But it's not.
As if life were not an attribute or an experience, but a thing in itself.
Yeah, of a person. So he says it's even swapped personhood in the Christian tradition, which was supposed to be all about personhood and concern for persons. But it the religion became so corrupt, it came to conceive of itself as there to serve life. So the servitude is stupid, but also like life, you can't pin it down. There's only a life, there's no life.
There's a good deal of evidence for what Illich says. The word life now crops up everywhere in current talk. In advertising, variations on the theme of Coke adds life now seem to be everywhere. Fundraisers stage walks for life, rides for life, concerts for life.
Podcasts for life. Twitter, trillionaire tweetings about the future of life and intergalactic life. Yeah, newly crowned trillionaires. There to serve life and micromanage life as only they can, with all their resources.
At a more serious level, life has become an important term in the discourses of medicine, ecology, bioethics, and even law.
Yeah, there's like a deep ecology. They're like deeply deluded about this point, but even ordinary ecology. But like deep ecology is like we're deeply deluded on this.
Physicians now regard themselves as advocates and protectors of life, from conception to organ harvest.
You gotta serve something. You gotta serve
something. At a conference in Germany last year, I heard a prominent physician say that medicine no longer treats discrete diseases, but disturbances of existence.
I think even pride, the happy pride, I think even that is there to, ultimately serve life.
Bioethicists ponder the quality of life.
And that's why they have enemies. They have enemies because queering don't make the world work, like the Ultimate Warrior said. But they think they do. And AI just might help him do it. AI is going to make it so that like these, Sarah Longwell type couples are going to have kids, but like organically.
Cases in which this quality is insufficient to justify further life support. In the field of law, it is now possible, in some American jurisdictions, for persons not aborted as the result of faulty amniocentesis to sue on the grounds of imposition of undue life.
Yeah, even anti-natalists can make mistakes because they believe life is a substantive notion.
The question, what is life, has been revived in the biological sciences, where there is hope that by substituting cybernetic for mechanical models, systems theory can now answer the question without falling into the old heresy of vitalism. And in popular ecology, environmentalists speak of life on Earth as an endangered resource and propose survival as a political goal.
Yeah, that's why Elon versus the environmentalists is really the most... I guess I slightly root more for the environmentalist against Elon, but the underlying conceptual work is all bad. All equally bad.
What is Illich about all this is that it turns life into a resource, and all resources are ultimately economic by definition. Life, as a resource, calls for institutional management and manipulation, and at the same time hallows this manipulation because of the feelings the word life evokes.
Yeah, we conceptualize our way to our doom. It's not some, rift between the haves and have-nots. No, just most human beings they conceptualize their way to their doom because they can't do conceptual work because it doesn't pay. So they're taught what pays, but not even that much. They're just, they're just thrown into the meat grinder.
Churches,
to
lawyers,
serve life.
Doctors, bioethicists, and ecologists.
Yeah, and trillionaires.
All find in the management of life a compelling reason for being. Illich also believes
that being intergalactically.
Life is becoming the object of a surrogate religion, which is increasingly filling the space shaped by 2 millennia of Christianity. A recent column by David Suzuki in the Toronto Star appeared under the headline, "Environmentalism Should Be a Religion."
Yeah, I think Suzuki wrote that, like, seriously.
The same paper.
Like, he wants to be religious about environmentalism, and he wants the rest of us to do it with him.
A month later, greeted the discovery of what was described as a huge ripple of matter near the edge of the universe with the headline, "It's like looking at God."
Yeah, just a boundless appetite for bullshit.
Life as a value, a right, a resource, is disembodied. When applied to human beings, it lacks the definite boundary and unique signature we associate with a person.
There we go.
There is an equivalence and interchangeability between lives that can never exist between persons. A life is a local instance of life in general. A person exists once and forever. The generality of the term life reflects what Nietzsche 100 years ago named the madness of general concepts.
But, you know, it was all about life, so he bought into it too.
He claimed that in an effort to make them say everything, words were being stretched to the point that all sense was washing out of them.
But he used that word himself to conclude that there's no way he'd ever off himself, no matter how badly off he was, because that would mean he's sick. Like, you could describe the most torturous experience, prolonged, intense experience. You know, enclosure, all kinds of horrible shit, you know. Heat, just being melted slowly, you know, daggers, you know, enclosing walls with daggers and shit, and just, you know, and in his whole philosophy, because he did this to the word life, for him, life was a substantive notion, make no mistake. You know, he would have thought the idea that you just press the out button, as in you're out of life, you off yourself, is equivalent to being sick. You know, so like, how could he at once recognize this thing and still conclude what he concluded? Oh, that's right, because he went crazy.
Language, Nietzsche wrote, has become a power in itself, which now grabs and pushes people with ghostly arms into places where they don't even want to go.
Yeah, it's what he did. You know, he was like the ultimate masochist for life.
This corresponds...
He hated you if you wanted to enjoy yourself at the cost of life.
Closely, I think, with how Illich views the new sense.
You were sick. But it's really stupid for this reason. So it's just weird. I didn't play it this far in. I didn't know he would quote Nietzsche here. But like, to me, Nietzsche seems like this whole thing can be used to dismiss the foundation of his philosophy. It's, you know, there is no life.
Sense of the word life.
It's false idol. It's the biggest false idol.
A plastic word.
Yeah. You torment yourself for the value of the plastic word.
BLM, 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 BLM.
Look at it go.
Can't be bargained. Can't be reasoned. It doesn't feel pain.
Doesn't feel pain. Remorse or fear.
Absolutely will not stop. Ever.
Sounds like Nietzsche. Sounds like the Nietzschean brain. Yeah, let's hear it again.
Absolutely will not stop.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Nietzschean.
It doesn't feel pain.
It feels pain. Maybe it feels remorse.
Absolutely will not stop.
It's actually driven by fear. Yeah, let's hear those again. Maybe it's not so. Maybe it's not so Nietzschean.
Can't be bargained with.
Yeah, you know, would Nietzsche bargain with you if you know, it decreased his nobility? I think he would.
It doesn't feel pain.
Yeah, Nietzsche felt pain.
Or fear. It absolutely will not stop. Ever. You are dead.
At least one Nietzschean aspect. Yeah. My name is Yamba. My name is Yamba. It's the Iran War. 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 Yamba is Muslim and missing. It's the Iran war. Yamba is Muslim and missing. It's the Iran war. Yamba is Muslim and missing. It's the Iran war. Yamba is Muslim and missing. It's the Iran war. Yamba is Muslim and missing. It's the Iran war. Yamba is Muslim and missing. ISIS got Yamba. ISIS got Yamba. Yamba is Muslim and missing. It's the Iran war. ISIS got Yamba. It's not a safe place, man. It's the Iran war. Yamba is Muslim and missing.
It seems, however, that the crisis is nearing its solution, and that this has the effect of emphasizing still further the abnormality of the state of affairs that has already existed for some centuries, though the consequences were never before so apparent as they are now. This is also the reason for the increasing speed with which events are now unfolding. Such a state of affairs may doubtless continue for some time longer, but not indefinitely.
No.
And even without being able to assign a definite time limit, one has the impression that it cannot last very much longer.
Yeah. It's the Iran war.
But the word
solved.
Crisis also contains other implications, making it an even more apt term for what we wish to
The crisis of the modern world. It's the preface by Renee something from 1927, so a century ago.
Yes.
What does Renee say?
No.
It's Renee a century ago, and Renee's like, oh, the speed of things is whack. The
For the increasing speed with which events are now unfolding.
Yeah, even to someone who lived, like, literally a century ago, the speed of things was whack.
Such a state of affairs may doubtless continue for some time longer, but not indefinitely.
It's the Iran, it's the Iran war, but not indefinitely.
Being able to assign a definite time limit, one has the impression that it cannot last very much longer.
Yeah, it's Thursday, so tomorrow it's finalized. The end of the Iran war. And a whole lot of money going to Iran.
In the Middle East, where Iran now says the Strait of Hormuz has once again been closed.
No way.
Iran's Central Military Command says the move comes over Israel's continuing strikes in Lebanon. Israel has intensified its assault on Hezbollah targets in the southern part of that country this week, with reports of at least 16 people killed just today. That's according to the Lebanese Civil Defense.
Graphics.
Now, all of this comes as the United States and Iran send their envoys on their way to Switzerland to try and finalize that fragile peace deal. CBC's Anna Cunningham is following the latest developments.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Developments don't matter.
Clear if those talks
a world
of
contradictions
have started, and it would certainly seem that
all that.
If they do go
why
ahead,
can't they figure this? Why can't they figure it out before Friday? Saturday now. Why can't they figure it out before Friday that they haven't figured anything out in terms of their negotiations and willingness to follow through? I've pegged it. There's no will to follow through on the part of the Israelis and then the Yanks, who are stupid enough to go to bat for the Israelis again and again and fund the Israelis.
Iran says it's closed the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah.
Remember, we're less than a week since the US President Donald Trump declared a deal was done. He said, let the oil flow. And just days since
it's even more pathological than him, I'm afraid. So I want to say it's Trump's fault.
With Expedia, you can
Trump's
save
fault.
up to 30% when you bundle flights, cars,
Let's see what else is
hotels,
here.
or
No,
vacation
I'm not
rentals together.
waiting for your
Whether you
ad.
book it all
I'm
at
waiting for
once
your
or
ad.
piece
What
by
else is
piece.
here? Iran's AI revolution. Is that it?
The Islamic Revolution in Iran is one of the most consequential
but I want newsy stuff. I want to see if there's a way to put some kind of positive top spin on this.
Outside of Chicago at the opening of the Obama.
Oh, these people are so unbelievably stupid. These people think that Obama's character is like an IRL character. No, it's just like wrestling. It's kayfabe. And Obama's playing like the baby face. And so is Michelle. You know, like wrestling fans understand that they're watching fiction more than like blue tent Obama lovers understand that like Obama's just a character, you know, positive vibes. And at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We just have different views on how to get there. It's 2004, and so we're going to believe it. But then it's like people still believe in the vibes. You know, they may not buy into the whole stuff he said, but they still buy into the Obama positivity vibes. And they think like the Obamas are like something other than like wrestling characters, but like, you know, the good guys who love the crowd. Whereas the bad guys, yeah, they thumb their nose at the crowd, but the Obamas would never thumb their nose at the crowd. No, they're babyface.
Energy is really
but see, all these people think like
the first 100 guests to enter the museum.
They're like fans of the Obamas. I don't care if you dislike the Obamas' policies or any of that shit. This is deeper than that. You know, it's realpolitik. The Obamas, Michelle too, played realpolitik the whole way through. Even the when they go low, we go high, even that was realpolitik. Which is why she changed her mind on it when it didn't work.
The Obamas in person.
But like all these people think it's like not a performance. Yeah, see, excited.
Who greeted each of the different families.
It's not any different than Kamala's month of joy in like August into September 2024. It was like the month of joy, and I'm gonna say it a lot of times so that you believe it. It's like, no. Like, if you're king shit, you don't have to announce that you're king shit. And likewise, if there's joy, you know, we wouldn't have to hear anyone announce that there's joy. And likewise, with all this Obama shit. Oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Okay, I see what's going on. You know, they think he's black because the media just insists for like 20 plus years now for saying he's black. They just insisted on saying Obama is black. And so like all the blacks are like excited. But he's not black. He's not even halfway there. He's just in terms of pigment, he's not. But okay, fine. Fine. Have your joy because Obama did a thing. Like there's some Obama center that's open. Okay, have your joy.
And I was literally crying.
Yeah, because you're black and you think he's black. You think he's black. And you're proud. Yeah, basketball, right? Yeah, that's yeah, basketball court. No, it's not. It's not basketball, but I almost said, because I thought it was basketball, I almost said it's basketball for the blacks. All right.
I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest,
an elegant.
Oh, another ad. He was
you
going
want it like this?
Yeah.
And take a drink.
Talk about Canada. It's going to talk.
United States.
Yeah.
Much better.
Turncoat on Kuzma.
We don't need
More.
Anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything.
Well, we got plenty of precious minerals. I displayed that in the previous video. Big sophism. Watch that. They do want stuff. They invest in Canada big time, but they don't like to verbally admit it. But
and they have to treat us better, you know.
Yeah, you've been investing in your second term. Yeah, all kinds of investment into Canada's rare earth, money-making substances. Yeah, Canada's got it. Don't pretend.
For Canada, we have trade deficits. We should have surpluses.
No,
you're
he's really can't think beyond like the 19th century style protectionist thinking on economics.
We
He
don't
really.
need energy. We don't need anything.
That's like the one thing where he is ideological. It's the protectionism.
They have. So the primary thing.
It's like the stupidest thing to be ideological on, and like that's the one thing where like he really does believe it. It's like the 19th century forever. It's mercantilism. Mercantilism. Yeah, it's pride in Gaza. Even Gazans have pride. Even the Gazans have pride. They deserve pride. Unironically, they deserve it for the last couple of years of indiscriminate killing that's been going on. But here too, probably, right, in Congo.
The way the electoral structure.
Ingrates. Alberta is just a bunch of ingrates. But hang on, let me just see. Yeah.
We begin in the Middle East.
Maybe I should have stuck with this one. Let's see if it's informative.
The US President's special envoy is on the ground in Switzerland, along with Jared Kushner, President Trump's son.
Yeah, the good country. I think that's kind of the one man who's made even a bigger killing monetarily than Trump is Jared.
For those talks. But we are hearing from Iran that their delegation have only just left Tehran for Geneva. So I think...
So these people apparently talk for like weeks on end. And then when the big day comes, it's as if they didn't talk. I'll never understand it.
They are like...
I was going to do a whole segment where it's like, you know, because at the beginning of the video, I did say that I'm done paying attention. And I was going to do a self-deprecating segment saying, well, serves me right for not paying attention. I look like a jackass. You know, I said nothing's going to change, so I'm going to stop paying attention. And I was going to be self-deprecating about it because I have to keep the initial segment. But then it's like... well, there's no need to do the segment because nothing did change.
To want to refocus talks directly on Lebanon.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Yeah. After you work out, you can feel worn out.
Yeah, no shit. But yeah, I'm gonna. Why are all the ads? Did my ad block die or something? But yeah, this is, I'm going to try my best. This video will be the last, like, newsy political video because it's just too fucking stupid. This ruins the vibe. But more Iran stuff to come later that's less, less updated than this.
Okay, Mr. Mackey, and how many on your team? Oh, I'm not on no team, okay? I need that sweet Saudi Arabian money off for myself.
We tell our troubles to someone only to make him suffer, to make him assume them for himself. If we wanted to win him over, we would admit none but abstract worries, the only kind those who love us are eager to hear.
I have a theory and really an accusation that I've reasoned out and I'm going to share with you. I've reasoned this out. It can't be proven, but I'm onto something again. If I'm right, it ought to make you angry, maybe some of you more than others, based on your situation. It's the sort of thing that ought to make you angry, but fine. Only I will be angry. No one else will seem angry about it, even though you all seem to grant that I'm right more often than not. But I think I'm right about this. Ought to make you angry. I'm going to try to be calm about it, as I explained it, because I've been angry too much when outside, and I'm outside, and it's Tuesday, so I've just reasoned this out. This is one of those, there needs to be a stigma against a particular thing, type of things, because if not, it would be too destabilizing. Like, there needs to be a stigma against hubris. I agree with that, right? But see, that's not enough. Clearly, that's not enough in terms of just what people are allowed to get away with in just everyday life when they have to interact with others, right? So generally speaking, you know, Ayn Rand aside, like we tend to think poorly of hubris, objectivists aside, like hubris as such. But no, that's not enough. Because along comes psychology, the field, and at some point in its run, I'm pretty sure this is straight out of psychology, along comes psychology and invents a classificatory thing, a thing that is classified like as a category of a type of person. And the psychology says, the specific psychologists who have like mastered the field, they say it's just true that there's a type of thing called narcissism, and some people can be classified as narcissists. That's what psychology said at some point. I think way back in the 19th century, but don't quote me on that, when exactly it invented the classificatory thing known as narcissism that like everyone buys into. No matter how apart, ideologically people are, like everyone just assumes that yes, there is narcissism. I will grant there's a thing that is kind of, you can pinpoint it, that kind of overlaps with what's called narcissistic personality disorder as distinct from mere narcissism, right? There's a thing called narcissistic personality disorder, but it's just kind of, a mix of being histrionic and borderline and maybe some of these other things. It's like what they call a narcissistic personality disorder is actually just a hodgepodge of other types of mental disorders and personal pathologies. However, environmental or biologically ordained they are. But I'm going to say no. There's a thing called hubris, and we can pinpoint it. There's all these other personality disorders that we can pinpoint, but narcissism as such is just the invention of the psychology field. The people who advanced, they thought their way into this. And I think like the powers that be let them run with it. This is the conspiratorial part. I think the powers that be let them run with it because there needed to be this added stigma that got the worthy to not just not commit hubris, but to never allowed just come and announced why they find themselves to be worthy and decent and more honest than the vast majority of people they've dealt with, right? We might call such people the worthy. So it's like, all these people are fans of all these authors and these other influences they have. So it's like, it's okay for A to recognize that B is worthy and to be kind of parasocial on B and obsessed with B because B is great, right? It's okay to recognize interpersonally the greatness of a person. It's okay to recognize it interpersonally. But if you do it intrapersonally, like you're just called a narcissist, or at worst even, assumed to have a narcissistic personality disorder, which they might as well just say histrionic or something, right? But I'm going to say the whole category, however strictly measured, however many papers they doled out, over a century ago to justify this as a category, it's bogus. It's bogus, but you can see how the stigma, I see the kind of tension I elicit in people when I corner them in terms of their precious ideology and certain of their precious sacred cows. And I just don't let up. And they retreat into, we all have our experience. There's two sides to every story. And I just don't let up. And I see the tension it elicits in them. And what they often go for is this below the belt, you think you know too much about how others operate. You think you know too much this. You think you know too much that. Right? And so at the end, the N-word is used. The N-word is used at most suggestively, not directly referring to me, but the N-word is erected. Not nothing. No, narcissism. Like when you corner people ideologically on an issue and even just accuse them of being too psychologically weak to release the issue when it's clearly an issue that's not tenable and, ought not be clung to, you just corner them. They have no actual retort. They start making it about your psychology and about how you think you know too much. They deviate from the subject and make it about you. And then shortly after, narcissism is brought up. That's what happens IRL. When you know how to corner people who cling to views and have other kinds of bad habits,
that they'd rather not question and not have anyone else question. They do that. And they try to pin it all on you in the end. It was like, no, you just succumb to your own tension when you're prosecuted ideologically and in terms of how you live, and when it's explained to you that you have putrid needs, that you ought to have outgrown when you left childhood and youth. You know, that's what people do. They assume you're a narcissist, or even, I don't know, you might mean them harm. You have ill will for them. You know, I don't exactly have goodwill for everyone, but I think I don't have ill will for all these people that I corner, you know, in debates at work and elsewhere. You know, just people who haven't thought about it much, people who aren't very online. And so they don't even know the ins and outs of all this at all, but they cling to things like Christianity and think they can defend it and tell you to read the Bible from A to Z. You know, it can be that, it can be other stuff. You know, gender issues. You know, they're cornered, they start flipping the script on you. But no, I have overcome all manner of odds that are never recognized in terms of this bullshit. Who's oppressed and who's privileged. And I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of people falling for the script. The reason we walk on eggshells around the specific groups of people we do is because those groups have their special interest groups and lobbyists and other kinds of acolytes that are knee-deep into politics, right? There's no one who's knee-deep into politics, who's doing the lobbying thing, who's a very loud, aggressive interest group. There's no one who's doing it on the grounds of, for example, insomnia, right? To just reshape society so as to be more courteous and more amenable to like insomniacs, which would mean changing the nature of work and the importance of work in life and all that stuff. But see, like, I don't know if I'm an insomniac, but like when I fall asleep, it's rare these days that I stay asleep for more than 4 or 5 consecutive hours. And then when I wake up, I more often than not don't go back to sleep, right? So I'm maybe not an insomniac in the sense that I can usually fall asleep pretty much right away. Problem is I wake up and they say you need at least like 8 hours, consecutive hours, because you got to get that REM sleep. But one of the reasons I often don't go back to sleep is because I have to go to work, right? Should I conceive of myself as oppressed? I'd rather not. But like if the trans are allowed to conceive of themselves as oppressed, and if we all have to reshape how we use terms that have been used consistently and stably for decades, if that all goes out the window because we ought to be more courteous and caring and considerate and benevolent to trans who have political representation that insomniacs don't, why should I view any of this as anything other than arbitrary? There's just not enough insomniacs, or the ones who do exist suffer from false consciousness, so they don't even get it, that their life could be worse if they didn't have to work. Their life would be much better, I meant to say, if they didn't have to work. Or they maybe recognize all these things, but it doesn't matter anyway because they still believe in the Protestant work ethic, so that overrides, you know, the defects of the insomnia for them, you know. Or they just don't want to be a loud interest group. I just don't want to comprise even one little tiny percentage point of a very loud interest group. I'd rather not. But if I wouldn't, even had there been enough fellow insomniacs or enough fellow misers or enough fellow autodidacts or what have you, all these rare things, right? Being a rare type of person means you're never going to get political representation and no one's ever going to feel the need to walk on eggshells around you. And I'm like, you know what? It's just incidental. So once we recognize it's just incidental, all these things, you know, so what do you do? Like hearing one of my favorite late night talk show hosts, David Letterman, when he interacts with the audience, hearing him say the first and pretty much only thing right off the bat when he greets an audience member, oh, Jim from Nebraska. So what do you do, Jim? You know, and I'm like watching this and I'm like, this is a microaggression against me because I wouldn't like to be, like if I'm in the Letterman audience and Letterman greets me and the first thing he asks me is, what do you do, no Avail? Like, I'm a spiritual plumber. Aside from that, I'm a YouTuber. Yeah, I'm a spiritual plumber, a non-literal plumber. and that I'm a YouTuber, a failed YouTuber. Like, I wouldn't want to be asked that question. But it's not a tripwire many people seem to have, and so it's not even raised to the level of a conscious political problem, right? No one gives a shit. I just sound like I'm whining right now. But had the trans not had the political representation they've had now for well over a decade in America, you know, just a sturdy, firm, locked-in political group, lobbying group that has its home in one of the two big parties. It's like, that's the only reason the trans don't sound whiny. You know? It's been drilled into us that either we agree that we have to transform language, a lot of it, basic language, or we have ill will for them. We have ill will unless we comport ourselves to their demands. And I'm like, I don't even care. Fine, I'll comport myself to their demands. If we all recognize that it's all arbitrary in the end, the only reason we're not comporting ourselves as a society to any of what I interpret as a microaggression is because I have no political representation nor any will to have it. You know? The reason any of this shit even comes up is because I am ruthlessly comparative. I'll compare myself to these other groups. And I'll try to weed out what non-arbitrary factor makes it so that, you know, I have ill will by not being a perfect ally. And no, the only reason I appear to have ill will for them by not being anything like an ally or simply an imperfect ally comes down to the arbitrary factors I just went over. Notably, there's more, I guess, you know, of them than there is of me.
Some have misfortunes, others obsessions. Which are worse off?
Go figure, I did what I didn't want to do. I got angry. I didn't mean to, sincerely. It just happens. I got angry at the trans. I didn't mean to do that either. I just, you know, it is tedious. I'm not angry at the trans, but they are tedious in the sense that I remember what it was like being young, and I was nowhere near as sharp like when I was 20 than I am, you know, 20 years after being 20. I was, you know, maybe I would have fallen for some of this if I were 20 right now. Maybe I would have allowed myself to have been guilt-tripped into believing that it must mean I have ill will for the trans unless I comport myself linguistically, verbally, exactly to their precious demands. Maybe if I were 20, I would have fallen for it, because I think back then in life, because I haven't lived enough back then when I was 20, I hadn't, you know, it's easier to guilt trip the young person who is, in general, you know, has goodwill than it is after they've acquired much experience. That's my challenge. You know, explain the non-arbitrary factor. No, it just seems you're just that entitled and pious that it just seems more intrinsically important, the category of being trans, as opposed to the category of being something like an insomniac, thereabouts, or a full-blown one, or whatever else. You know, I have these other grievances that are super rare. And to you, because you're precious and pious and entitled and younger, you're just gonna think that there's something intrinsic to being trans that makes it so that the oppression category works for those people, but not for the insomniacs, right? And if you're half decent, you like admit that, yeah, you know, insomniacs shouldn't have to put up with the shit they have to put up with any more than you have to put up with, like transphobes and stuff. This goes for all other kinds of categories of so-called marginalized persons and oppressed persons. Fine. You know, I don't know what it's like to be you, because I'm cishet, white, you know, comparatively speaking, economically well off, given just how many rotten poor people there are on this planet who keep making more poor people. Yeah, I'm economically well off, and sure, you could say privileged. But don't you dare assume that you've got some kind of moral high ground on me because I'm this imperfect ally and ever further inching into non-ally territory. You know, I'm not angry about any of this, but it is tedious that you guys can't think beyond this. And I'm just dying to know whether I would, had I been 20, like right now. Like, would I have seen through it? Because I tend to think no. but it's all about life experience. You really gotta know what you suffer from in life, because let me tell you, it might just be masked from you, your ordeals, when you keep being exposed to these other people's ordeals. You know, your own just might be masked from you, or you might have some kind of, I don't know, hero complex where it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Simply in virtue of being straight and white and male, simply in virtue of that, that's enough for me to underthink my own peculiar, unique ordeals and to draw a bright line between them and those of so-called othered persons. Yes, they're also othered. They're oppressed, they're marginalized, and they're othered. Even chicks, you know. The worst thing afflicting you chicks is that you're dupes and you give into the tuition schemes more than men. That's your biggest problem in life. That's what oppresses women. It's their wombs and they're falling for tuition schemes, you know. And then talking condescendingly to men about men, you know, failing to do so more often. Yeah, men fail to fall for tuition schemes, post-secondary tuition schemes. I have all the sympathy in the world, even though I deride you for it too. Yeah, it sucks that you're now in debt and can't find gainful employment. You know, it sucks for both genders, but it sucks more for women, because women are dupes at higher rates when it comes to this stuff. But, you know, women would have it that, like, they're oppressed for completely different reasons. Women would have it that they're oppressed because I exist. And in a way they might be, because I see through their bullshit and have no scruples in calling them on it. Have no hesitation, online or off. But then it's like, you can't walk a mile in our shoes, you man. And I'm like, yeah, and you can't walk a mile in an insomniac's shoes, an autodidact's shoes, you know, the shoes of a bunch of pro-booze Philistines, or rather in the shoes of someone who has to be in the company of people whose conception of fun, because they're so overworked in terms of their scholastic commitments, their conception of fun is being booze hounds and really letting their inner Philistine out when they're all boozed up. Yeah, that's what I had to grow up with. That's the kind of culture that the youth culture was. I didn't like it much. You know, kind of felt othered by it. Have you ever heard of this grievance before? Why should I view this grievance as any less whiny than the kind of grievances I hear from fucking women who can't get into gaming without being othered? You know? Yeah, there's just more of you and you're just louder and whinier. And by being whinier, you get to convince that my grievance is whiny. No, my grievance is just more unconventional. That's all the fuck it is. And I'm gonna fucking call you on it and not feel an ounce of guilt over it the way I might have felt 20 years ago. That's the other good part of me. I was so fucking benevolent. It was right in front of my nose. The arbitrariness of it all. They're just louder. And they'll cry until they get what they want. And I don't know, going back to the trans, I don't know what the fuck they expected. The thing the trans need to be told is you vastly underestimated the amount of reactionary people who exist among the masses. The masses are like mostly reactionary people. And you thought what? You put Bruce Jenner, now turned Caitlyn Jenner, onto some magazine in a glam shot? And there's gonna be no backlash, there's gonna be no pushback? What the fuck did you think was gonna happen to you by going hog wild political as a trans movement in a country like America? As reactionary as America as we continue to learn. Well, I think as we've mostly learned by now. What the fuck compelled you to think that, oh yeah, a few glam celebrities who make the transition and we will have won the heart and soul of the average Breitbart listener? No. You're just young and stupid. And you don't listen to the average Breitbart listener because you're not curious. Well, see, I'm curious because I listen to that type of listener. I listen to AJ's types of listeners. I even sometimes tune into Tucker. You know, that's how curious I am. And I suffer them. And so I know what's coming before you do. And so you ought to listen to me, even if you think I'm a narcissist. You know, getting back to that, yeah, you ought to listen to me, even if you think I'm a narcissist. I'm telling you what you don't want to hear. I'm feeding you celery. because you've overdone it on the junk food ideologically. Everyone who conceives of themselves as a marginalized person without realizing how fucking arbitrary it is. That it went this way and not that way. It's just incidental, motherfucker. Listen to me. Comport yourselves to my advice. You'll be better off for it. No, just dismiss me as a narcissist. The thing that was invented precisely for this reason. Because I'm supposed to not say stuff like this. I'm supposed to bow and atone for nothing. Well, I'm not bowing and atoning for nothing, not to a single reactionary and not to a single fucking whiny progressive who goes wrong along the way somewhere. Maybe someone can be a progressive without going wrong along the way somewhere. You know, I'm sure Skid Row Radio thinks he's mustered it. Yes, Skid Row Radio, the one progressive who manages to be a progressive without having gone wrong on a single issue. Well, hats off. Well, most progressives fail. And precisely because they can't see how entitled they are and how they don't see the opposition coming, because they don't expose themselves to all those, talk radio mouth breathers. They're insufferable. But you ought to know it's coming if you've consumed enough of them. And if your old man is one. I was asked how my old man's doing by a friend. And I just said his boys are gay. How do you think he's doing? He's so fucking stupid. If one is bi, the other is just flat gay. One is bi, the other's flat gay. And then there's me, the much older brother who my pops thought was the problem once, and now who recognizes how wrong he was on me. Not saying there's anything wrong with being gay or bi. There's nothing wrong with it. As Jerry taught us or whatever. But, you try telling my pops that. No. Someone asked me, how's your old man doing? I'm like, his boys are gay. How do you think he's doing? I think if you gave him truth serum, he would say that he'd rather they be rapists than be anything other than flat straight. That's the reactionary mind and mindset. I've grown up in a household along with it. It doesn't change. It's not amenable to reasons. It feels, and very intensely. And it feels the pulse beat of the species more than its own individual pulse beat. That's your reactionary mindset for you? Is the man submerged in the species and affairs of the species, thinking that he's just a family man? No, if you call yourself a family man, you're submerged in the affairs of the species more so than in your own. But yeah, put me on Fox News and I'll be told I ought to pipe down on all those issues too, lest I be called a narcissist. But see, all of this, I haven't committed a single act of hubris. Sure, what I say fits the bill a la specifically narcissism, but it's not hubris. The man of hubris denies his weaknesses. I suck at a great many things, and I'm fully aware it's more and more crystal clear as time passes, where I excel and where I don't. So don't fucking tell me I commit hubris because I recognize both, you motherfuckers, who'll do anything to avoid your ideological accountability. There is no narcissism, there is hubris, but the man who is in denial about the areas of life in which he sucks is the man who you might accuse of having hubris. I've overcome far more. I truly believe I've overcome far more, than, I don't know, maybe not the trans, but like a lot of these other groups, like whatever. I've overcome more in life than Coleman Hughes. Yeah, I've overcome more than Coleman Hughes. That's the kind of shit progs just can't even consider for a second. So fuck you, progs. Yeah. I think I've overcome more than, even these natives who are afforded land and securities by the government. Yeah. They've never gone to these residential schools, but they're afforded all kinds of securities and, land grants and non-interest rates. The indigenous don't have to pay interest rates the way I do. I have to pay, it's gone from 6% to 3.96. So it's better now, or 3.94. I redid the mortgage. It was at 6% for like almost 2.5 years. That was my life. But these natives are, guaranteed land. It's like, okay, in some sense, you have it rougher than me, but in another sense, you don't. But, I log into my, work account, and I plaster the front page of the firm, and there's all kinds of tutorials on how to learn all manner of native speak. All manner of tutorials and language, and I saw their alphabet, and I'm like, yeah, this is all one way, isn't it? I ought to just keep accommodating myself to others, and thus being increasingly estranged from my own ordeals and conditioned into believing it is only others who have deep ordeals. But it's never fully proven, is it? It's never fully proven. And I'm going to say it loudly. By saying it loudly, I don't necessarily want political representation, but if these motherfuckers are going to continue being this petty and this spiteful and this unwilling to give, at least on the conceptual front, that it is arbitrary at the end, maybe in a decade's time, I will have become frustrated to the point where, yeah, if the opportunity to attain to some kind of political force presented itself to me, yeah, I'd end up taking it. Just to elbow those buttholes out. I'm not there yet. But keep bugging me. Keep discounting my ordeals, world. And I'm gonna come and get ya.
We cannot consent to be judged by someone who has suffered less than ourselves, and since each of us regards himself as an unrecognized Job, I dream of an ideal confessor to tell everything to, spill it all. I dream of a blasé saint.
Just insanity. And where is the media to no one cares. Because that's a lib issue, but no one cares. You stupid. No one cares. No one cares. BLM. You stupid. No one cares. No one cares. BLM.
So there's this Erik Erikson guy. I've never seen him firsthand. But the Blue Sky people like to crop him, the stuff he does on Twitter. So this is the one I cropped because I had things to say that the Blue Sky folks won't say that's better than what they have to say to stuff like this. So it's one of Trump's stupid things, and then he responds, look, I don't think it's appropriate. Wish he hadn't. But if I have to choose between this and Trans Recognition Day or whatever on Easter, okay. He'll settle for the bozo and the danger, destabilizing world bozo. He'll settle for it as long as there's no Trans Recognition Day or whatever on Easter. But Eric, there is. It's just not blessed by the White House. It's just not as symbolically relevant as it may have been had Kamala won the election. But there's just so many boneheads who just don't get it. Electoral victories are not culture war victories, because it's such a huge country and it has all these different states that, the country is premised on the fact that all these different states should be allowed to do what they want, especially on the social, cultural issues, right? So there will always be a Trans Recognition Day, more so in the blue states. And there's no amount of voting for bozos that's going to make that stop. But I guess it just matters that much to you whether the White House blesses the Trans Recognition Day or not. So you think you could make yourself feel better by this, but no, right? It's going to exist, and fine, let it exist, fine, They believe what they believe, even if you think they're mistaken. You can vote for something even stupider than this, although maybe that's hard to imagine at this point. But yeah, even if you find something that's even stupider than this and that promises to be even more menacing to the trans than this, there'll still be trans people. There'll still be trans people. And I might say the same thing to the trans too. Yeah, you know, if he didn't win, you know, there would have been a lot of transphobes. There's nothing you can do to make everyone welcome the trans, and there's nothing you can do to make it so that everyone, like, disqualifies transgenderism out of existence. You know, it's gonna exist, and that goes for many other culture war issues. You know, elections don't seal anything, actually. And that's what the blue sky people didn't say. They were just kind of outraged. But I made it about both sides, as I am wont to do.
Directly profiting from his control over the military. Tells the Coast Guard, sell my products. That's it. That's not a complicated one. That's just like ordinary ho-hum corruption. Nobody even knows that that happens, that exists, because this all feels normal now. We are not out of November yet, fellas. 2 weeks later, you feel this, right? The pace now is quickening.
This guy's got his riot shield ready. Oh man. Just non-stop, back and forth with the police at the minute. Man, what do you make of all of it happening so far?
I'm here for the good stuff, not this stuff. But this is silly. I need to go.
I'm gonna slow you down. You deserve it.
Man, what do you make of all of it happening so far?
I'm here for the good stuff, not this stuff. This is silly. I need to go.
Yeah.
Sorry, you okay?
The shield. There's a botch with the shield, isn't it? Twice.
What happened?
The plastic.
Now you get to go viral.
You okay?
Was it worth it?
I'm all good, mate.
He's all right,
I'm
folks.
here for Henry.
Sure.
Under myself, of course. Yeah.
What'd he say?
I'm alright.
Aside from that.
I'm all good, mate. I'm here for Henry.
Y'all just here because you like want to make friends.
Under myself, of course. Yeah.
I could slow it down to 0.1, and I don't think I could make out what he said there. One more time.
Under myself, of course.
So guys, that's the reaction from the public. Someone's bleeding from his face. The riot shield's getting used, guys.
You know, this is like why political philosophy never really poses the sorts of dilemmas that need to be posed to get us to think about how we might sketch out certain principles in political philosophy that may at some point then become practicable and implementable. Right? So it's like they think about all these things in political philosophy that they call principles, but you know, group loyalty and like specifically racial group loyalty, like they just assume that like the people don't care about that shit anymore. But, you know, seems to me based on what I'm seeing, it's like that's all people care about in terms of at least like intensity of belief. They may claim to care about a whole bunch of things, but like seriously, you know, political philosophy just undermines that like a cornerstone of like a whole bunch of people's views, like an intense cornerstone, intensely felt. It's like group loyalties, you know, the role of loyalty. I think John Haidt said it's like one of 5 things that like the Volk care about a lot, but I think it's like mostly what the Volk care about. You wound one of their own, ostensibly. You know, sometimes nationality matters a lot, like nation of origin. Sometimes not so much. Sometimes it's just the pigment. And there's probably all kinds of, you know, unconscious bias where they're like probably partial to like baldies and like resentful of the non-baldies. But, you know, that's just my speculation. But, you know, it's like, yeah, all the political philosophers never talk about how it's like for all the people, you know, the people of whom it is said that we got to give them a voice, like a huge voice, especially like if you're a radical Democrat or something. It's like a view, a radical Democrat. Like they think everything should be democratic, everything, far more things in bourgeois society ought to be democratic, and that's why bourgeois society is bad. You know, it is bad for different reasons, but like the typical person who like thinks about it and writes books on it says it's bad because there's not enough democracy. But then it's like you gotta situate, loyalties, racial group loyalties, as like a cornerstone, because like the people are really energized when, one of their own is fallen. Even though it could be argued that those who are not of their own fall at greater rates in this country because of police misconduct and prejudice. It could be shown statistically as per James.
It is going off, guys. It is argy-bargy time.
Yeah,
this isn't going to end well. Things are getting thrown. People are pushing back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh my.
The sort of thing Wesley would condemn,
They're going at it. Huge bricks are being thrown. This guy's got a huge brick. Oh my God. Holy. Guys, they are throwing the huge like rocks now. Absolutely, bricks. Crazy, isn't it? Oh my word, guys. Mental, mate. They got YouTube, mate. Bloody hell.
Bricks for clicks. Yeah. It's bricks for clicks.
Look at these, huge bricks are being thrown.
I don't care what the gravity of the situation is. There's gonna be wordplay if you're watching No Avail. Yeah, there's no wordplay here though. This is all just acting out the bricks.
I don't know how this is gonna end,
My guess is badly, Wesley. Unless you set them straight, you're like the only one with like half a brain among the lot. It would seem. You're on their side, Wesley. It may as well be you lobbing the bricks, like symbolically. You're on their side.
Stuff they're picking up. You can literally kill someone if it hits them.
Yeah, so you get it. So say it loudly to them.
Unbelievable.
They might listen to you. You're on their aisle. You're on the side of the aisle. That's the right side. Yeah, by lobbing bricks, you may kill like a decent copper. There's got to be at least like one among them.
Going in.
Yeah, there's got to be at least one. And you lob it, and you don't know who it's going to hit. Come on, Wesley, explain it to them.
This guy's going in.
There's got to be at least one decent copper there. Yeah, I'm doing my part. He's doing his part. How'd he do it?
This guy's going in.
I'm doing my part. Oh. Yeah, so it was stupid of the, George Floyd ones to do it. Because while it was horrible, it didn't need to be a whole summer of love thing. And it doesn't need to be a summer of love now. Just like have arguments. It was bad. It was bad with Floyd. It was bad now. But, even if they don't listen to you, you got to just keep making arguments. This way goes the path of chaos and enmity. And the world's seen enough.
So guys, it's really in the thick of it now. We're deep into the night. People are just getting more and more angry. The police aren't really retaliating. They're just standing here.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if the people are angry. The people were angry in the summer of love in 2020, like black people and their allies. And them being angry, didn't justify all the crap they did. And them being angry now doesn't justify all the crap they're doing. And I'm saying it. And I don't have any love for coppers to begin with.
They're getting their shields.
Except they are a bit more sympathetic when you know they're not armed.
Police use whatever they can. But look here, guys.
But yeah,
a lot of these guys are throwing absolute rocks, like stones at the police.
Yeah.
But look at this, guys.
It's unjustified. Say it, Wesley. It's unjustified.
It's super ugly.
And what would Prague say now? Pragues often say cops exist to protect private property and to screw the rest of the people. Like, cops exist to hurt the proletariat. They would essentially say that. But what about now, when it's like nativists and other, all kinds of unsavory figures who are, up against the cops? What would the Prague say now? Do the cops exist for more than to protect those who have the ill-gotten gains. I think even the progs would have to bite the bullet now and say, yeah. Wait, no, I mean, they would have to not bite the bullet and say they were wrong.
This protest is nothing to do with immigration. Yeah. This protest is 100% to do with the two-tier policing that the south of the country has had to deal with for many and many years. This is a two-tier policing that we are now dealing with. It's taken 3,500 of us to now come and prove a point.
Yeah, there should be no DEI, anything. There should be no affirmative action. I'll say that. I'm making fun of these people a lot, but, you know. If you can't do the colorblind thing, then you just can't do the society thing. If you're saying that we can't do the colorblind thing because there's wrongs of the past, then we'll see what kind of thing you incur. You incur wrath upon, you know, even the cops. So yeah, colorblind policies, or get the fuck out. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, there are all kinds of drama queens and shit at the same time too. But yeah, that's my view. You either go colorblind or you get the fuck out.
I hope so. It's conservative. For what's called, this is Thames Valley Police. It's not even Hampshire Police. Oh, but in the forces.
But you know, remember what James said. James said that, you know, the blacks and the browns get it worse from the cops. You know, maybe I'll read into it. Citizenship is a birthright. Yeah, it is until it isn't. That's the truth. That's how it works. It is until it isn't. But it's not even a deportation matter here. It's a voting matter. A federal judge bars Trump from implementing proof of citizenship requirement to vote. So it's a judge that doesn't like the, you know, hardline nativist tactics for staying in power in a ethically nefarious way. Yeah. But, you know, it's actually arguable. Sometimes it feels that I'm one of the only people in the world who doesn't have strong views on this. You know, that you ought to be obligated to present like one of the big pieces of ID. Not like a library card, but, you know, something like even a driver's license. Yeah, I'll say that as someone who doesn't do the driver's license thing. Yeah, if you don't have a passport, if you don't have a national ID, then at least show a driver's license. And if you can't show any of that stuff, then if someone wants to push it, I can't hate them. You know, I don't agree. But, you know, it's reasonable enough. It's one of those reasonable enough things that, yeah, if you want to vote, you should have like one of the big 3 or 4 pieces of ID that's more than like a club card of sorts. But it's yet another issue where the people have really strong views, you know? Like 99.99999% of the people, they're either extremely for this or extremely against it. That ID play a role on voting day. And it feels like I'm the only one who is like, yeah, you know, yeah, if they want to make it so, fine. But it's like all the progs think that it's really unfair to the poor because the poor can't be expected to have IDs. I don't know. It's like it's too tough if you're poor to be able to identify yourself in like a real, you know, bulletproof sort of way. It's Raider reposting someone. But Raider says stupid things, like literally every day. Raider says a bunch of just unbelievably stupid things. An entire world is held captive by the delusions of a decrepit predator who has turned leadership into a crime scene. Yeah, an entire world, man. Well, minus me. I'll just do my own confessional here. Yeah, I don't feel held captive. A little angry on behalf of the nation I'm living in. Yes, I'm a little angry on behalf of the nation I'm living in about the decrepit predator, and I'll get to that later. But yeah, I don't feel captive, and I bet a bunch of other people don't feel captive, Raider, so stop being hyperbolic. It's all he does. It's all these people do. Is they think they're skeptical of the media, but they're every bit as hyperbolic and as, you know, just throw whatever shit at the wall, whatever sticks. If it doesn't stick, move on to the next thing you throw at the wall. It's all about trying to make things stick as a narrative. It's so pathetic. There's more. Wait, where was the stupid thing? These fuck ice and American flag foam fingers have taken over World Cup fan zones across the country, redefining patriotism as defiance. Yeah, is that what happened? Is that what the history books are going to teach, Raider? That in the spring and summer of 2026, patriotism was redefined as defiance because of foam fingers. Yeah. See, just throw anything at the wall in the desperate hope that it sticks. Yeah, that's what internet commentary is, because like everyone's really that zealous and eager to win political wars. And fine, sometimes you ought to try to win political wars, but this freaking throw shit at the wall. It's like, how can you sit there and type something as stupid as this? Like, really? Even if I agreed with all the, policy positions, which I don't, I'd still call him out on it. They all protect each other, always.
Sex offender?
Step back.
What do you have to say to Adam Hoffman?
Yeah, Ken Paxton sucks. I agree.
Mr. Paxton.
Even I won't take Raider to task for this. Oh, but Raider likes such stupid songs. Nowhere near as, complex and as one-two punch lyrically as my songs. Yeah, it's always like one punch. There's a war on the poor, and I can't take it anymore. Yeah. Just how much guilt have you experienced after reading Famine, Affluence, and Morality? Peter Singer's essay from 1972 or 1971. I experienced so much guilt. Yeah, because I realized, there's always the next starving child that I'm not going to help. Yeah. So, might as well stop feeling guilt. But these nuns, or whatever, pink nuns, labia nuns, yeah, you're like the labia nuns. There's a war on the poor, and they pretend that they can't take it anymore. And it's indigenous rights, and it's all the right boxes they know to tick, lyrically. Yeah, because they're looking to make money with their music. And the way you make money with your music these days is you don't do 1-2 punch, you just do a 1 punch style, so that Raider can like it. Horseshit. Yeah, so if you fall for the idea that it was vandalized, the reflection pool, then you're a fascist. Okay. Yet more expansion of fascism, definitionally. It's like even a bigger expansion for fascism definitionally than like what Wilhelm did. Yeah. Yeah, but Raider doesn't care about the reflection pool. Raider sees deeper. Yeah, I'm sure. I'll do this segment in a future video, because as much as I love Richard, Richard falls for your formulaic political narratives. Oh, Larry David said something profoundly stupid too.
It was a travesty. Yeah.
It was a travesty.
It was embarrassing. I was embarrassed to be an American.
Yeah, it's a travesty. There was a UFC fight.
This is your way of celebrating America? The White House did it much differently with the UFC fight. What did you think about that?
It was a travesty.
He thought about it too, and the best thing he could come up with is something extremely hyperbolic. It's a travesty. No, it's just oafish. There's oafish people in the world, and yeah, they can occupy the White House because it's a democracy. So the oafish people are going to elect the oafish people. It's dumb, but it's not a travesty, Larry David. Yeah, he thought about it too before he said it. Yeah.
It was a travesty.
Yeah. Yeah, but a comedic genius. Yes, the mind of Seinfeld. Oh my God, what a comedic genius. Yeah, no shit. It's a country that went on to be as oafish as they are because it's the same country that thought like Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David were like comedic geniuses. You get what you deserve. Your lack of comedic genius. But hang on. What happened here?
Exodus of people walking out of the speech as he is talking. He's still talking in this clip.
Yeah.
They're leaving early. His Great America State Fair in a lot of ways.
Why did they show up? Why would you even show up? Oh man, Venezuela had an earthquake. Oh shit, man. Imagine like if I'm like finishing a video and an earthquake happens and I can't finish my video because like the earthquake kills me. Oh man, imagine that. Now that would be a travesty. It's like if I'm close to finishing a video and an earthquake happens and then like the video doesn't get finished because like the earthquake kills me. And then it's like no more videos. I guess there would still be videos, but not the good kind of videos. The kind of videos I make, yeah, that would be like a real travesty. It's like video disrupts.
Happy to do this job? Yeah. You're trampling on the Constitution. You happy about that? You happy to be a traitor to your country? Just because you say it isn't happening doesn't make it untrue. Well, that says a lot about you. This will be evidence at your trial.
I think they'd feel worse if they're made fun of, but still with a tinge of moral condemnation, than if they're like face-to-face harsh condemned by the person who's recording them. You know, I just kind of poke them and, you know, it would be understood that I'm still condemning them morally, but I would have like a, you know, based attitude while I'm doing it. You know, not some attitude of piety. Yeah, this is gonna go in the graphic for the Iran. It's the Iran war. Trump has no cards. It's the Iran war. What's the stupidest thing Raider did here? Ugh. It's all just bad. Everything's just so bad. No one can think outside even like one box. You got to think outside of like at least a dozen boxes, but none of these people can think outside even a single box.
If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
Your relationship with Netanyahu,
It's good, but we have to keep him a little bit sane.
are you going to be able to control Israel from attacking Lebanon?
Yeah, I will be. I mean, they have a lot of respect for me, and they do as I say.
I never felt fear around talking about being a lesbian at that point, because at that point, it was almost like shameful to say that you were a heterosexual,
Right,
like that,
right.
you know?
Mhm.
At the moment, most of the microphones are being handed to, and the loudhailers, and the fake Desert Island Discs programs are being handed to the people who want to make everything darker. In fact, they love darkness, unless it's on someone's skin.
James O'Brien on LBC.
And all of the brown faces that possibly were born here or that have arrived here as a direct consequence of the huge holes left in our economy by Brexit. All of those faces have become the enemy. And I mean all of them, whether they realise it or not, even the ones that appear on platforms with him. Even the Sikhs that used to go on EDL marches are in the firing line now. Their big mate, Tommy, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, the serial criminal and great friend of Elon Musk's father, who is best known for impregnating his own stepdaughter, hashtag protect our women. And there comes a moment every now and then, incredibly rare, every now and then, where I don't actually know what to do. I've got genuine and profound cognitive dissonance. I think it is disgusting that Nigel Farage wants to make Henry Novak's murder all about him. But I think we have to talk about Nigel Farage and his attempts to turn Henry Novak's murder into both a publicity opportunity for him and another.
For them. The rabble want it. If it hadn't been Nigel, it would have been someone else. The rabble want this done to them.
Besides,
you know, since Nigel is just a cog. God, I gotta call in. Can I call in across the pond and talk to James?
Violent. I mean,
it's the only way James will change is if I finally call in.
Listen, you might like the violence.
Sorry, hang on.
Murder into both a publicity opportunity for him and another.
For the rabble.
Besides,
the rabble want to rabble.
Potentially an inciting violence. I mean,
it's like any other issue, right?
So obvious. Listen, you might like the violence.
Big Novak.
You might love the Biden.
It's big violence.
At least you should be honest about it. So what do we do on a day like today? 0345606.
Say there's been too much immigration.
973 is the number that you need. What alternative do you have to...
For the reasons I explained, there's been too much immigration.
Addressing directly the second chapter of Nigel Farage's history of turning tragedies and murders in...
Big race.
Riots are. We all know that people arrested during them have since then, 20% of the people arrested during those riots have been arrested for domestic abuse. So all the people protecting our women are going home to batter them. And those are the people to whom he speaks. Those are the people who he is calling upon today to respond with cold, hard rage.
It's Nigel.
What do you think he means? Do I need to spell it
Nigel.
out? I'll tell you what, there'll be senior police officers up and down this country at the moment thanking God that it's raining. Because there's very one thing that quells vicious violence directed at entirely innocent people, whether they're asylum seekers living in a hotel, a former hotel,
It's raining white justice.
They are Sikh human beings who have no more involvement in this crime than you or Nigel Farage does. He wants you to...
Oh, James, you didn't finish your thought on the rain.
Look askance, at the very least. To look askance at them. Don't trust the police. And don't...
What if it doesn't rain tomorrow?
Trust the brown people. What has this story got to do with immigration? Do people start talking about...
Wait, what did he say about the brown people? Nigel.
Look askance, at the very least. To look askance at them.
Yeah, brown people are the very least.
Trust the police and don't trust the brown people. What has this story got to
the police are the very least.
Do with immigration? Do people start...
I guess Nigel and the far right, the Tradcons, are going to be like anti-cops now, in the UK at least. Yeah, and those cops are already like disadvantaged compared to the US cops. I'm going to try not to do levity in this actually, because this is really a serious theme, and who knows what's going to happen tomorrow to the UK when it might stop raining. What did he say? Yeah, he said rain makes the rioters not do the riot, but then the rain will stop.
Talking about the birth rate whenever somebody who could trace their lineage back to the Doomsday Book commits...
Yeah, because they've got racialized collective FOMO. That's what they're talking about, the birth rate.
Oh, we've got too many people being born in this country. Show me a population...
No, wait, that's not the thought. What did he say?
At the very least, to look askance.
Yeah.
Don't trust the police and don't trust the brown people. What has this story got to do with immigration? Do people start talking about the birth rate whenever somebody who can trace their lineage back to the Doomsday Book commits a murder? Oh, we've got too many people being born in this country. Show me a population of people and there will be some criminals in it. Show me a population of people of colour in this country and they are more likely to die in police custody.
Boom.
They are more likely, if they're a young woman or girl, to be strip searched by police. But the police are biased against white people.
James lobbing truth bombs.
The police are biased against white
people. Yeah, there's some, truth bombs that don't flatter your stupid narratives.
Says Nigel Farage, who not long ago was urging hatred against anybody with a Polish surname, like Novak, which is, I think, the most popular surname in Poland.
Yeah, it's
telling me that he wouldn't want to live next door to Eastern European,
yeah.
People of Eastern European heritage.
Yeah.
Where you see tragedies.
Really, Kimberly Crenshaw was right, or whoever said that whiteness is incoherent or something. Yeah.
He sees opportunity. He sees opportunity.
Yeah.
And,
I'm whiter than you, Nigel, and I always have been. You stupid moron. I'm so much whiter than these fucks. Just literally and,
because people respond differently according to the colour of the victim and the perpetrator. And that way madness lies. Whichever way you see it. You can be...
but it is good to be white.
Absolutely heartbroken and furious about a murder. But you shouldn't be more heartbroken and furious because somebody has introduced the ethnicity of the killer into the conversation.
Man, it's true. I do find it just endlessly amusing that I'm just whiter than the vast majority of the white supremacists that are the current white supremacists.
How can you make them
that think themselves on top?
Henry Novak about immigration.
I'll fuck you up both ways, bitch.
A young man with a Polish surname.
Come at me, bruv. Catch me outside, but don't be armed.
I don't want to talk about it. Because
don't be entertained, but otherwise catch me outside.
I don't want to talk about that sickness. I don't particularly want to talk about the killer's sickness. I tell you what, though, this man deserves better. This man does not deserve to have his son's murder turned into a political opportunity.
Instead of being treated as a dying victim...
Yeah, it's the father.
Police formally arrested Henry for assault and read him his rights. That was the last thing he heard. Henry did not die with dignity. He did not die with the care he deserved. He lost consciousness before anyone believed him.
It is 14 minutes after 10, so what do we do then together? You and I. How do you deal with it?
Fuck, I made it toxic. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. It's just a really bad story, so maybe if you like the twisted stuff, I don't know.
The fact that a hideous murder on which we should all be agreed should never have happened, and the police officers who didn't believe Henry in his dying moments should be and will be investigated to the nth degree. But what do we do about the fact that we live in a country now where public discourse is such But the people trying to turn it into an opportunity and trying to incite the kind of violence that we saw in our streets after the Southport murders are essentially having a red carpet rolled out for them.
I'm just not helping.
It's just good copy, is it? Let's get him on and let him spew his vile provocations unchallenged, and I don't know, go out for a nice long lunch or something. And what do I do? Yeah, all right. That's what I'm going to ask you. What do I do? Seriously, what do I do on a morning like this? 0345.
Say what you think.
6060.
Like any morning.
73. Because if I call out Farage, which I'm currently doing in the most obvious and straightforward of ways, because every single thing I've said is true.
Afternoon, night. In your dreams, you should also just say what you think. It's harder then.
Then I'm being distracted.
There's a lot more fear.
The real story.
But hang on, sorry, James.
If I call out Farage, which I'm currently doing in the most obvious and straightforward of ways, because every single thing I've said is true.
I alluded to him not knowing this, but he knows.
Then I'm being distracted from the real story as well.
Yeah, I alluded to him not knowing, but I'll have to correct it in the follow-up, which this is, because in Big Sophism at the end, I allude that James doesn't know that he too deducts from the main story by being responsible and worrying about what kind of people a figure like Nigel Farage may inspire to like hurt people and destroy property. Because that's what Farage does, because he's like a skilled demagogue. But I'm like, Nigel seems basic.
Oh. How can you not?
Yeah, but it's just, you know, it's not Nigel. It's just any empty suit would fill his place if there wasn't a Nigel. You know, it's just people want this. They want grouped conflict. So they got low everything, so they need group conflict.
Because it goes unchallenged. You saw what happened.
De-individuation is for those who have low everything, top to bottom.
Disseminated by people like Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
A woman who called for a pogrom, literally called for a pogrom. Got invited onto stage at his party conference and cheered to the rafters shortly after being released from jail. And to claim...
Sounds like someone I did a comedy segment on and said maybe 20% of the time they have a point.
This is evidence of a sort of anti-white
there's a lot of them, and the racists are just funnier in the UK. Maybe that's why I've taken such a plunge on James, is because the UK racists, if nothing else, they're just funnier.
Country where police services are routinely found to be suffering from institutional racism.
But it's bad.
It's beyond comprehension, isn't it? Unless you understand that racism is always part of a triumvirate. It goes hand in hand with shame or shamelessness.
Nove got killed, and we got the video now, and James is talking about institutional racism.
And deep dishonesty. You can't be a racist.
But it is kind of responsible, because Nigel is like a skilled demagogue, and James thinks if he condemns them hard enough, then some of those people who do the riots and the violence will not do the violence, because James condemned Nigel hard enough. Is that how it works?
You're a liar.
Ferociously enough?
This story, and read about Henry...
Yeah, if that's how it worked, I too would ferociously condemn Nigel, but that's not how it works. People are just looking for any excuse in any kind of empty suit who can technically be... someone who can be counted on to structure sentences and to never, get hiccups.
Yeah. Henry's murder. I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to encourage everybody to be even more angry about immigration. What do you do when the murderer is white? Well, I can answer that question. Nothing.
Riots. Oh, sorry, what? You think I'm exaggerating?
But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
I wonder what that sounds like.
But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
So
there go more graphics
this morning, and to a lesser extent yesterday morning.
Quieter graphics on the first view nowadays, but
they had a very clear and simple.
It's awful. Don't be an ethnocentrist, but make a reasonable case against ever more immigration. And make a case that says that, let's say, for the last 15 years, there was too much immigration.
Choice.
Yeah, do that, but don't be an ethnocentrist or a racist.
Political establishment.
But also don't, bend to those people who tell you that racial humor is, morally impermissible. Yeah.
Had a very clear and...
Condemn racism as harshly as you condemn those types of people.
Simple choice.
The types of people who think there's punching up versus punching down.
They could either...
Yeah, condemn them as strongly as you condemn the racists.
Take the side of this man
We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. This is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder.
Or they could side.
Yeah, it's not even AI slop, it's real. James dunks on racists through others' words.
With this man. But I suggest the rest of us respond to this with pure, cold rage.
Why are you such a cunt, Nigel?
And you can tell.
Yeah.
From the front pages, from the commentary, from the lies,
the name a boy is given when they predict he'll grow up to be a cunt.
Ignorance that they
they're right.
Have largely, if not almost entirely, decided to side with the second man.
Yeah, if Hitler would have been Anglo, he would have been a Nigel.
Which is extraordinary. And just while I'm getting things off my chest.
So, enough of this.
As well, it comes down to, this is not the conversation that we're having, but, elements of police brutality, and this is the criminal, I am the police officer, we're going to dismiss the criminal and what the criminal is.
But it's also...
Yeah, well, it can be a tough call, though, in the sense that there's a crowd, and when the crowd unanimously point to the guy and call him a criminal, and, the crowd got him, hogtied and stuff, because it's a crowd, it's he's a criminal. And, it's a big crowd, and unanimous. No scruples of any sorts. And you're the cop. Do you untie the guy? Yeah, I guess they should have in this case.
This is what Farage has done.
Yeah.
The reason why they didn't believe Henry is because Henry's white.
But this is the thing, it's nothing to do with
of course it
in that sense. Of course
it's nothing to do with Nigel either. Nigel didn't create the demand. Nigel is the supply. Why is there a demand? I don't know, they don't have enough friends, so racial unity fills some social hole.
Desperation.
Yeah, they just need more friends.
And of course, it's not confined by any...
Get more AI friends so you can stop being racist, you Brits.
That's the imagination to Farage and his close compatriots. I'd say
get a posh AI to be your friend.
Of high-profile media figures, you can see it.
Leave Keir alone.
During the George Floyd.
Sorry, hang on, let me, yeah.
Also, this is what Farage has done. The reason why
it's Nigel who did it.
Why they didn't believe Henry is because Henry's white.
But this is the thing, it's nothing to do with
of course it
in that sense, of course.
But the desperation to believe that. And of course, it's not confined by any stretch of the imagination.
They are desperate.
Nation to Farage and his close compatriots. I'd say that 80% of high-profile media figures, you could see it during the George Floyd story. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're as desperate to convince themselves that all the, non-natives by way of lineage are in some way damaging to them, as the progressives in the U.S. are, most of them, are hell-bent on rationalizing that all billionaires necessarily harm them and damage them because they're billionaires. Yeah, it's a hasty, spiteful generalization. It's both hasty and spiteful.
Of the same view that you shouldn't be affording dignity to
all billionaires suck and all ethnic outsiders suck. Yeah, that's what the stupid reactionaries in the UK and the progressives in the US have in common. It's all types of bigotries and, hasty and spiteful generalizations and stupid beliefs in the labor theory of value.
And if a white person is badly treated by the police, it's because they're white. It's extraordinary the dishonesty involved in holding that maintain.
Yeah, that's as stupid as thinking that all billionaires steal from you because there's a labor theory of value.
In that position.
That claims to take account of intellectual labor too.
Exactly, and I think
in the best cases,
you have to do is just make it crystal clear and to criticise Farage for this because it's.
I agree.
Well, then you're doing the thing he wants you to do, which is making it about him. All about him.
So James gets it.
But this is why I say we have to do conversations side by side. So what is the conversation that we should be having from the fact that a terrible crime has happened? And
don't let it. I think James made an exception for Floyd.
They're white. It's extraordinary. The dishonesty involved.
Yeah, don't do this. Don't do what James did.
Exactly, and I think what we have to do is just make it.
No, it was before.
Compatriots. I'd say that 80% of high-profile media figures, you could see it during the George Floyd story, absolutely of the same view that you shouldn't be affording dignity to black people.
So that's what he took away from it. So James wants there to be big Floyd validation, but there shouldn't be big Novak by way of big race, but there should be big Floyd by way of big race.
And if
said it.
Leave that. And of course, it's not confined.
James is doing special pleading. James is picking and choosing his blocks of big sophism, which he wants to endorse and reject.
Catch the imagination to Farage and his close compatriots, I'd say that...
Yeah, say no to Big Nowak by way of Big Race, propping up Big Nowak. Big White Race, but say yes to Big Black Race, propping up Big Floyd by way of CRT narratives, more or less. You know, it's not clear to me that if a white guy who had conducted himself that way, that Chauvin would have gone easier on him. That's not clear at all. Listen to John McWhorter for more on that. I can be nice to John.
Of high-profile media figures, you could see it during the George Floyd
story. I just can't be nice to Glenn Lowry.
Absolutely, of the same view that you shouldn't be affording dignity to black people. And if a white person...
That's what, like, he thinks 80% of the media in the US did.
High-profile media figures, you could see it during the George Floyd story. Absolutely, of the same view that you shouldn't be affording dignity to black people.
I'd say media largely said yes to Big Floyd by way of black grievance. So you got to condemn it on both ends, James, or they're not going to do their part. They're not going to do their part anyway. There's going to be a big Nowak.
People, and if a white person is badly
it's already happening. Big Nowak.
They're white. It's extraordinary the dishonesty involved in maintaining that position.
Yeah, and you're one side of it.
It's a load of shit, mate, isn't it?
I mean, look at this officer.
What, Toki? You don't like that Saudi Arabia is buying American stuff? They're trying to be progressive, okay? You want them to go back?
Disparaging remarks towards the Saudi royal family are strictly prohibited.
You want them to go back to what they were doing? Do you want Saudi Arabia to just go back to cutting people up and paying Kevin Hart?
But I'm not alarmed. I'm not alarmed. And I don't know why.
Look at it go.
I don't know, Canadians deserve a stronger military, irrespective of the US threat, the, potential Russia threat to Canada. Just in and of itself. Canadians, if they want it, I think they do, largely. They want to grow so they can get a stronger defense, have a bigger muscle on the global stage, be a global player. If that's what these people want, they deserve it, fine, I'll play along. I'll keep working, but mostly because I have to. But, like 5% of the reason I'll keep working is to, in spirit and in fiscal terms, literally, contribute to the fund. The funding of the future Canada, which will be stronger. It'll be Canada strong, but like unironically. That's like the XYZ on all this. That's why I'm doing Canada content more frequently. It's because Canada now is endeavoring to do something it didn't much care to do, to be a player on the global stage and, not have anyone flex at it even. Yeah, it was demeaning that because of Trump, Johnald, let's call him Johnald, with a J, Johnald Trump. Because him, US flexed at Canada, and Canada was kind of menaced, and that demeaned us and made us feel all emasculated. And these people deserve better than that. So let's give him, even I will work. I'll work so I can boost in my own little meager way, through my little bits of taxation, I can boost Canada's prospects in the world. Me, the anti-workist. See, I can compromise, and I'm serious. Canada deserves it. These people, to the extent that they want it, seems like they want it, so they deserve it. They deserve to never be so much as menaced again by an oafish nation south of the border. A truly putrid nation that's betrayed its principles, if I may narrativize a little bit in terms of the federal situation. There's been more looting in the US in this last year and a half, year and 5 months, than ever before, I think. I think everything tallied up, the amount of looting that's happened, by the executive branch. The looters were the executive branch. You tally it all up. More was done in this last year and a half by Johnald. And in doing so, he chose to menace Canada and flex at Canada, thinking it makes him tough. No, Johnald, it doesn't make you tough. It just means you guys squeeze your population ever harder so as to get a bigger military budget and therefore a stronger, bigger army. So yeah, you menaced Canada for a bit there, but now Canada's going to get strong, and I'm going to quiet down for a sec here because it's a bypasser, because I don't own this place yet fully, so there's others when I'm out in public. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. These are practical, punctual, hardworking people, and I feel for them. They don't deserve to be spoken to that way as the 51st. No, sir. It's not going to happen, but that doesn't matter. The point is, you know, if things got deranged enough, people started to strategize about how we might fend them off if the, EU didn't come to assist right away, or the NATO thing didn't come to assist right away. It had to come to the point where, the military heads had to strategize about it. They're probably still doing it. He keeps failing in Iran. He may go berserk at home and look north. Yeah, we have a lot of goods. We as Canadians, we have a lot of goods here. Precious goods, rare earth mineral goods that a certain covetous peoples who are in charge might want from us. And so, yeah, I don't know, maybe Canadian Gen Z is also as taking a dip the way the US Gen Z has. Gen Z with a Z. That's what I heard, Let's pretend these generational categories are like legitimate categories. Yeah, if you had to split this stuff because age is a factor, you should have just split it by decade. Not by these arbitrary as fuck demarcations. So, Gen Z dipped, and maybe in Canada, Gen Z dips too. So maybe when Gen Z turns 40, maybe then they deserve to be menaced. But, things didn't dip before. This country managed to employ and keep motivated to work even someone like me. Things didn't dip before Gen Z. But I don't know if Gen Z are a problem in Canada. Apparently they are in the US. It's all bullshit. My favorite thing about the Gen Z narratives is, if it is true that things are a lot worse with Gen Z than with any other prior youthful generation, that means that every single conservative lie and reactionary lie about the millennials has been disproven. Because that's exactly what the reactionaries and the conservatives said about the millennials. Us. It's us. They trashed us and they didn't know what they were talking about. Because now apparently, things actually dipped. This is too long.
The Dinah Goth is the pierced-up, gender-fluid Amazon warehouse worker who streams on Twitch, writes fanfiction, wears a furry tail to raves, runs an OnlyFans, and dreams of voice acting while working nights at the fulfillment center.
I can't be loud even though I'm outside. I won't disclose the reasons, but yeah, I can't be loud even though I kind of want to be, but it's a tough spot I'm in. So it's the sort of thing I'd like to rant about loudly, but I'm just going to be soft-spoken if I manage, for reasons that don't need to be disclosed. So anyway, I snipped this. This is a thing. I got it off of Blue Sky, somewhere in Blue Sky. And I agree that, we should live in a world where no one should have to flee, or even just gradually, slowly leave their place of origin, their red state of origin, simply because they're not like the typical cishet, whatever. It's these people who are not the typical cishet. They are atypical, and so they flee. And so I just want to, before I say anything else, I don't believe anyone should ever have to flee over these reasons, but I'm pretty sure when it comes to those 5 letters, right, LGBTQ, not even the whole alphabet that's typically mocked, but just those 5, I will say this. and I come in peace. But I will say this, I'm pretty sure that even if I were trans, and like unless my life depended on it, like by way of legal protection, right? So anything short of my life depending on it, or, you know, a bunch of other people who are like me, their lives depending on it, like I wouldn't want the T to be in the LGBTQ 5-letter thing, because it's just so flagrantly kind of bare-knuckle political advantage, right? We've established these victories for the lesbians, the gays, the bis, the quirkies. You know, queer is for quirky. You know, but not so much the trans thing. So the trans thing is actually not the quirky either. That's kind of not even on anyone's radar. The Q, yeah, the Q is not on anyone's radar even. But, you know, the bis, the lesbos, the gays, the male gays, the male gays, you know, the homosexuals have made massive gains, and by proxy the bisexuals have as well. I guess not so much in modern red state land, but over the course of these last few decades, like the homosexual movement has made all kinds of strides in the right direction, I would say. You know, tolerance, you know, no one should hate gays for being gay. But see, what the trans movement did was masterfully just latch itself onto that, kind of piggybacking off of that, so that a lot of people who can't think as critically as they should be thinking, what they immediately, the kind of space they immediately go to is, well, I don't want to be like one of those homophobes who was homophobic even like when the gay rights movement was fully underway. Like, I don't want to be the retrograde person on the trans thing. Like, I remember these retrograde people on the homophobia thing, right? So it's masterful, but I'm pretty sure if I were trans, like, I wouldn't want that, because I really do think there are substantive differences between being trans and having a sexual orientation or being quirky, which I myself am. Like, I'm quirky. So it's like I am not only like marginalized for these reasons that I go into that no one else does, but like if you take the Q seriously in LGBTQ and me being someone who's quirky, like I have official reasons I can cite as to why I'm marginalized. But I'd never milk it. But whatever, I know it's queer and not quirky, but like it might as well be quirky. You know, the queer, they're just quirky, and I'm quirky. So it's like, yeah, I'm within the alphabet soup, the LGBTQ alphabet soup. But anyway, you know, I don't mean the trans any harm, but it's like there need to be more trans allies, but then especially trans individuals who like, you know, we believe we ought to be treated much better by society, but we're not going to go about it through this cheap, latch ourselves on to other movements that were about like sexual orientation, you know, for the most part. Like 90% of this Rainbow Coalition stuff, it's like for the longest time it's been about sexual orientation, and it's just so like, it's nauseating. It's bare knuckle politicking that tries to fuse all these other things into it, because, you know, there's like a pedigree there, a pedigree where like progress has been made. And so we can immediately like signal that like if you're not on board with a trans thing from A to Z, not like the alphabet soup A to Z, but just like the trans issues thing A to Z, like you're retrograde and you're going to be left in the dustbin like those homophobes were. But I guess not in red states. I guess homophobia is running rampant in red states too. But, you know, in most of the civilized world, no one cares if you're gay. And that's what the trans want. You know, some trans want to be pampered as well for being trans, but I think most of them just, you know, they want transgenderism to be as uncontroversial as homosexuality is now, right? And I don't think it should be. You can live out your homosexual life without needing to, you know, butcher yourself and your anatomy. You know, this is not the case if you want to transition. But if you're just like attitudinally like trans, then, you know, maybe you can if you don't want to transition. If you're just an attitudinal transgenderist. So as long as like I am persona non grata for recommending this, even though it may not have any immediate success, if anything, it may weaken the transgender position even more if they like officially, formally dislodge themselves from this gay stuff. You know, kind of what Andrew Sullivan has been wanting them to do. You know, he just hates, he as a gay man, just hates the fact that now his gay movement is affiliated with all this other stuff that he doesn't, like he is scathing against the trans in a way I would never be. You know, I just have these reservations, and I resent the idea that because I have reservations for that, but not on anything to do with homosexuality or bisexuality, you know, that therefore I'm going to be, like, decades from now regretting the positions that I'm holding right now. I really don't think I will be. I've thought about this long and hard, you know. Suppose I was a stupid natalist and I had kids. My kid is a lesbo, a gay, bisexual, queer, like, you know, whatever. You do you. If I find out my kid is transgender and wants to transition, like, I would be heartbroken because I would have had a part in creating that which wants to, like, you know, recreate itself in ways that are dangerous anatomically, certainly dangerous psychologically. You don't know what you're stepping into. These stats are so politicized in terms of like the people who transitioned and then were glad they did versus transition versus were the opposite of glad and wanted to like retransition. You know, the rates, I don't know what to believe on this because I see the emotion associated to it, both in terms of the, you know, transphobes, which I'm probably, according to the trans lobby, I'm probably one of them for not being full-on supportive. The emotion from both the transphobes and the trans crowd, it's like I just don't know what to believe in terms of the rates. But the truth is, even if like 90% of the people who transitioned or 95% of the people who transitioned experienced nothing but, you know, positivity in the wake of their transition, owing to the transition, like I would still, you know, there's still a 5% chance that it may be hell. And look at the position I put my kid into, you know. I made them, and I made them in the wrong body. They're in the wrong body. They believe they're in the wrong body, and I created them. Like, how do you think that's in any way analogous to just like wanting to fuck the members of the same sex or wanting to fuck members of like your sex and the other sex and yeah, well, not just any old members, like the hot members of your own sex and the hot members of the opposite sex. Like that's different than this I'm stuck in the wrong body thing. And I do think a categorical distinction between that versus like someone who just is out of shape and can't stand being as out of shape as they are and like wants to lift to be hotter or whatever else may be associated with it. I don't think it's a categorical distinction. But, you know, I don't know enough about the biological side of this, so that's all I'll say for now. And if the trans movement wants to do right by just itself, in terms of its own intellectual integrity, it may not be politically advantageous to disassociate with the other, you know, queer and whatnot folk. But, you know, I think that you may get some allies who are like the best type of allies if you formally dislodge yourselves from the rest of this rainbow stuff and just like, we're going to argue for our cause from our very own precepts, and we're not going to intermingle ourselves with these other groups that have a, you know, track record of success, to kind of set ourselves in motion as having, you know, a track record of success. And what the fuck do they think was going to happen? Like, let's say by 2014 was kind of the last year before the whole thing went kind of viral, right? Because it was 2015 when Caitlyn Jenner won upon a time known as Bruce Jenner. Bruce turned Caitlyn had that op-ed, that photo op thing, and then ever since then it's just been, you know, everyone just digs in their claws. And again, it seems like it's just sensibilities more so than actual like perspectives, and perspective maybe informed by certain empirics, but I just don't see much of that at all. I just see like sensibilities. And on the pro-trans side, often the allies are they're just afraid of seeming like the homophobes seemed to mainstream society decades ago when homophobia was more in. Before it was like taboo, and before you were an odious figure as seen by like 95% of society for being a homophobe. Yeah. You know, you're going to get the right kind of allies, you trans movement, if you just stand on your own 2 feet. Yeah.
A post-subcultural alt aesthetic with a post-nerd fandom orientation that's become a new mainstream. Queerness, but casual and prolified. Dynagoth. Dyna for provincialism. Goth as lazy shorthand for alternative aesthetics.
No one cares. Because that's a lib issue, but no one cares. You stupid. No one cares. No one cares. BLM, 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 BLM. Because that's a lib issue, but no one cares. You stupid. No one cares. No one cares. BLM, 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 BLM.
Man, look at it go. Look at it go.
This is just to declare, to announce that there's going to be a segment in this video later, much later in this video. There's going to be a segment. You'll know which one it is because of how I'm going to describe it now. It's a segment. I watched it back and I agree with everything I say, right? I agree with everything I say. Of course I do, because I say it. But you know, I watched this back, and it's like a 20-minute long segment. It's a lappy segment, and I watch it back, and I'm like, God, did I have to be such a dick? And I think that's the first time that's happened. So I agree with everything I say, but, you know, just kind of felt like I'd mention here that in that segment, I'm going to be a dick. And I didn't have to be such a dick, and I was like a colossal dick in the segment. It's a lappy segment, and it's like 20 minutes, and it's later in this video, and I think that's all I have to say. It's the first time I remember like going like, wow, what a dick. But it's much later, but I think you'll know which one it is.
I react like everyone else, even like those I most despise. But I make up for it by deploring every action I commit, good or bad.
EU leaders are convening in Brussels with Ukraine high on the agenda. Kyiv just launched its biggest attack on Moscow since the war began. Moscow says nearly 200 drones were shot down overnight, part of a broader Ukrainian barrage on Russian territory. And the Kremlin says the latest Ukrainian attack set back the prospects for a face-to-face meeting on Russian territory.
It was an especially aggressive barrage.
200 drones were shot down overnight, part of a broader Ukrainian barrage on Russian territory.
And like that crossed the red line for whether there'll be a meeting between Vlad and Vlad. Vlad and Vlad were going to meet, but now, because there's been an especially aggressive barrage by Ukraine, you know, the thing's been going on since 2022, and Russia overtly started it, you know, on a certain, you know, persuasive telling. Yeah, One could even say Russia started it like 2014. One could say Russia misbehaved in 2008. One could say a great many things that reflects poorly on Russia, from this side of things. One could and one does. But let's say here, it's been going on since 2022 and Russia started it. It's coming up on, 4.5 years. And they were going to meet, Vlad and Vlad were going to meet, believe it or not. And I'm like, this is so arbitrary that this now sets back the meeting. There's no way. It's like another arbitrary thing. Everything's arbitrary.
And says the latest
when is tension 210s for these heads of state of warring nations to meet? It's arbitrary.
Attack set back the prospects for a face-to-face meeting between Presidents Putin and Zelensky.
Why? Why were they going to meet face-to-face? And how could, you even concentrate? How could you not think of anything but your safety if you were either Vlad or Vlad in a face-to-face meeting? Right? A world as uncertain as this. Which side has mastered AI all the better yet by the time of the meeting? I just don't understand any of this at all. Why were they going to meet? What can't they just say in a tweet, a twat, or a letter? What's the boners for, meetings? It's yeah, we all know you just want to go to bat for your own respective Volk, even though you're nice to each other in your stupid meetings.
It is fair to say that Ukraine's latest attacks does not bring personal contacts between the head of the Kyiv regime and our president any closer. It does not bring them closer.
Why would there be any until you relent first?
Europeans are clearly insisting that the war must continue, basing this on a completely incorrect and false assumption that the situation on the battlefield is supposedly shifting in favor of Ukrainian forces, which is categorically untrue.
No.
From this point, they are trying to influence Trump to take a more clearly pro-Ukrainian position.
Man, haven't you been earning that salary for long enough? You seem well-to-do. Can they even retire if they want to? Let's say they've been assured these pensions because they've been liars for Kremlin long enough. Can they just go you know what, I'm ready to retire? They get to do that? Or are they retired? Are they retired?
Well, Sebastian Schukler is following developments from Berlin. So, Seb, what more can you tell us about what happened here with these attacks and that response we just had there from the Kremlin?
Yeah, it's gonna keep happening. So look, to all you ethnic Jews, I'm sorry. This is a public service announcement of sorts. If you're an ethnic Jew listening to this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's been a rough couple of millennia. It has. There's no gainsaying that. For the Jewish people, you don't even have to be pure. You can be all kinds of mixed. You can even have maybe 5% of the OG Jew in you, and otherwise you're mixed. I'll still say it. I'm sorry. It's been a rough couple of millennia. But when you think about it, you weren't even there for most of it, were you? Nowadays, even if you're really old as a Jew, even if you're full-on Jew, 100% non-goy Jew, yeah, you were only there for this tiny little smidgen of it at most, and the rest you saw in video and read in the newspapers and in the history books. So yeah, take it back to individualistic lens, to take it back to brass tacks. Yeah, you weren't there for it. So yeah, I'm not sorry for you. I'm not sorry for you at all. Quit messing things up in the US.
I never felt fear around talking about being a lesbian at that point, because at that point, it was almost shameful to say that you were a heterosexual,
right,
that,
right.
Mm-hmm. and Gaza has become completely intertwined with the umbrella of the rainbow cause and what it is politically motivated to pursue and to create activism around. This is not an anomaly, and the hardest, I'm privy to a lot of access to private testimony from either peers, friends, total strangers. I am not in myself. I'm very conscious of not creating a hierarchy of victimhood among our own people.
But she does. They forced her hand.
I'll just say that I think among the most vulnerable of us are lesbian, gay, and bisexual and trans Jews, because
But not insomniacs.
We are not only experiencing the Jew hatred that all of us are experiencing, we are experiencing an ostracization and a betrayal from a tribe that we were drawn to and taken in by as family, because we had already experienced a societal...
But it wasn't really anything like family. They just say that. It's like at work when they say, we're a family. They don't mean it. They just want you working harder and feeling bad if you book off too often.
Because of our
But hang on, sorry.
From a tribe that we were drawn to and taken in by as family, because we had already experienced a societal ostracization because of our sexuality.
Yeah, and others can experience it for other reasons that are never brought up. Maybe not ostracism, but, hustle and bustle. When you're an insomniac and haven't slept enough, and you still got to hustle and bustle because you can't book out.
It's a double betrayal, and because it hits the most intimate part
or
of our
it would
life,
be like a triple betrayal if they were gay, Jew, and insomniac. But
it's very trauma-inducing, and it hits at an identity, identity crisis that can be very isolating and difficult to deal with. And I've heard a lot of very, very dark nights of the soul stories from fellow LGBT Jews that it's very, very concerning and understandable. And it's very important for all of us as a Jewish community to understand the mentality behind this hate and to know it's not coming from ignorance. It's coming from a desire for the bullies to become the bully and to finally kind of feel that power of what it's like to be the one doing the excluding, because they feel, impinged by the oppression that they're being told to focus on. Focus on your oppression, focus on how society has excluded you.
Or just, they killed over 75,000 people. Many of whom you gotta believe are innocent. The IDF, the cabinet, the Bibi cabinet. I'm from the Netanyahu cabinet. I'm here to bust your ass. I'm here to bomb you to death.
As opposed to what the real meaning...
a lot of people. So, fine, be a Zionist. She's a Zionist. A queer Zionist. And the queers didn't like it. And I'm fine, be a Zionist. Technically it is compatible with a two-state solution. So fine, be a Zionist if you must be. But, yeah, don't be too surprised if the queers other you.
Of pride should be, which is focus on how empowered we are and how far we've come.
All the queers see is who's the underdog. And you shouldn't be surprised that the group you were part of, the queer group, that you should be surprised that they err on the side of underdog.
We've created so much victory in the space of civil liberties, and how can we extend that globally? How can we, it's so funny because there's so much focus on Palestine. There's actually a way to focus on Palestine that could be
I'm not saying Palestine is right and Israel is wrong. I'm just saying Palestine is the underdog, and kind of by their own boneheaded lights. They keep being the underdog because they keep, setting themselves up instead of ousting Hamas. So they are the underdog partly by their own fault. But, don't be surprised that the queers can't think beyond who's the underdog. They're queers.
Moral core, the original moral core of the Pride movement, has been totally inverted. What we should be doing as a movement is advocating for LGBT rights in Gaza for Gazan people, and instead of doing that, we're not me, but the LGBT.
Well, maybe they got to stop dying first, and then get on to the other stuff after they just stop being killed. Not that I shouldn't have said dying, but they shouldn't say genocide either. It's ethnic cleansing. We've established that. Only here, nowhere else, has it been established. Here we are, June. It's Pride, and it still hasn't been established that, no, they're not just dying, but also it's not a genocide, it's ethnic cleansing.
LGBTQ plus community is doing as a movement is advocating for LGBT rights in Gaza for Gazan people. And instead of doing that, we're well, not me, but the LGBTQ plus community is basically acting as a handmaiden for Hamas in a social justice global community.
I want to get into the mechanics of all of that.
A lot of people have died, but yeah, okay, Jews shouldn't be ostracized and kicked out of clubs or wherever she was kicked out of, for being a Zionist.
Depth.
But it just shows the sham of intersectionality.
Just for those who
next level.
You describe yourself as a journalist, a Zionist, a feminist, and Scottish. The last one is obvious. How you weren't always doing advocacy for Jews and LGBTQ Jews especially, but how did you get here?
I don't care about that.
Like, give me
let's see if they condemn the war.
By force. That I was mentoring, that when I got to a position of power, so to speak, that I would proliferate women's voices. So then in 2014 it worked for me because I always promised young women.
So you proliferate men's voices, okay, and you feel really pious all along the way. It's like, at least acknowledge that you're proliferating men's voices by proliferating female voices.
And that I was mentoring, that when I got to a position of power, so to speak, that I would proliferate women's voices.
That's how it goes.
So then in 2019...
I gotta like it too.
When I got this idea in my head that I could start...
It's not even enough that men who, they have their voices de-proliferated, it's not even enough that they are neutral about what's going on. They have to like it.
Fighting Jew hatred.
Well, I don't like it.
Teaching my captive audience about dangers of anti-Zionism that was prevalent in specifically Jeremy Corbyn's election campaign in the UK. With so many bans and fellow journalists.
Kid Row Radio is not going to like this. He's going to say she's deluded.
Peers and photographers were giving their...
No one in that coalition had a anti-Semitic bone in their body ever.
Faces and their names to. And it was a very existential moment for British Jews who were very aware of Jeremy Corbyn's leanings and this anti-Zionism that was becoming more mainstream in the UK. When I decided I was going to start speaking about the Jewish experience and what was dangerous about anti-Zionism...
fine, yeah, okay, there shouldn't be a queer anti-Semitism, but God, I hope you condemn the war.
It's a very, racially diverse...
indiscriminate killing on the part of Israeli state.
Area. So I was like, what demographic are posting swastika graffiti, And so it felt like I had a spidey sense that...
The Jews aren't the swastika people now. It's a lot of what Progs want to say, that the Jews are now the swastika people. No. They're just really scared and tribal, a lot of them. And the ones outside of Israel per capita are a lot better and humanitarian than the ones in Israel, but not her. Yeah, she's more concerned about the fact that there's not queer liberation in Palestine than she is at the fact that Palestine's being annihilated.
There was something going on with the migrants, with the BDS,
but whatever, it's just impossible to say that there's a good versus bad here in the grand scale. No, it's both sides. Enough of both sides want blood and soil. That's the fucking truth. It's all blood and soil at the end. Yeah, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Yeah, if you can hear that and you think they're talking about something other than blood and soil, you're fucking stupid. Not her. She knows that much. And West Bank stuff and the expansionism of the Israelis, that's also more or less blood and soil. So yeah, what do you do when a group that's all about the blood and soil is battling another group that's all about the blood and soil? And the white supremacists, the Hitler revanchists are not even a part of it. Yeah, I guess that's why no one calls it blood and soil, because the only time someone can, decipher that something is blood and soil is if the Anglo-whites do it. Only then.
Could feel that I no longer felt safe, did not want to be there, knew it wasn't going back in the bottle, and my gut was get the hell out of here, and that's why I left. And that's when I noticed things.
She left,
but when I got to America, I was so...
Oh, I thought she was going to say she left, coastal America.
I was so caught up in the adventure of it all, and I so wanted to, master my craft as a freelance journalist and do that thing that you get to do when you come to LA, which is just I'm like Madonna, I'm gonna reinvent myself. I'm gonna be a whole new person and meet new friends and expand.
That's what people without a core to themselves do. Ooh, I get to reinvent myself. It's no, I'm gonna cram myself down the world's throat, not reinvent myself. Because I'm actually proud. Because I'm actually proud.
My career and grow my name. I sort of just
happy pride.
I look at it sometimes and I do see that it's very easy to dunk on the LGBTQ plus community because we are a minority, and it is.
That's not why.
It's absolutely ridiculous and inverted, and it's such an overt example of the upside downness of it all.
A lot of people think that raw numbers, you know, whether you get ratioed, like that's determinative. Whether you got dunked on. You know that stupid word, ratioed. Oh, so-and-so got ratioed. They lost. So, you know, it's not even subconscious in some cases that people think like the way to get dunked on is to get ratioed. I think raw numbers have something to do with it. You know, and she here thinks...
See that it's very easy to dunk on the LGBTQ plus community.
Yeah, it is. But not because...
Because we are a minority. And it is absolutely ridiculous and inverted.
Like, so many people are just convinced it's all about the numbers game. It's all about the numbers game politically. But it's seeped into, like, the intellectual bloodstream. It's so pathetic.
Example of the upside downness of it all.
Like, I'm a minority of one. Like, by these people's logic, they think, like, I'm the easiest one to dunk on, when in fact it's the opposite.
But it
takes superhuman levels of epistemic rigor and force to dunk on me. No man alive has done it, woman even.
Agonizing the situation.
But she says
we are a minority.
Yeah,
and
no,
it's absolutely ridiculous and inverted, and it's such an overt example.
You guys take up untenable positions and think sexuality is like more important to being a person than it is. That's why. And then there's the whole queer stuff, which incidentally, she says queerness is like sexuality. But I don't think so, because like homosexuality covers that. So queerness has to be the other stuff, you know, from gesticulation to being quirky.
Of the upside downness of it all.
Yeah.
But
anyway.
It's antagonizing the situation further, and it is drowning out the middle ground where we could have a conversation about why this is even happening. That middle ground...
I think that's a foreign word now to everyone. Middle ground? What does that mean?
Disappeared. So you now have a split between an LGBT world that I would say I'm a part of, that very much rejects queer theory and the queering
but you
of
seem like you're strong enough to stand on your own 2 feet. You don't need no gang. It's just a gang. A loud, whiny gang. You know, yeah, they prejudiced against you. They weren't all prejudiced against you, so you left, but you should have left to begin with.
Movement and an LGBTQ plus world that is existentially, fundamentally, politically driven before it's driven by anything else that serves the LGBT community. So, you know,
they're driven by the plus, which just reminds you of atheism plus, which I don't think anyone online right now remembers.
Look at what the LGBT world has been fighting for the last few decades. We're talking about civil liberties. We're talking about same-sex marriage. We're talking about child adoption rights. We're talking about...
Yeah, just a lot of, you know, histrionics on language.
Protecting basically civil unions between gay and lesbian people and making sure that we have the same rights and dignities as any other heterosexual couple.
Agreed with all that, and, you know, the clock is turning back, at least in the U.S., so nothing is stable.
Vis-a-vis all elements of family life. And we're also talking about ensuring that there is access to medical care, ensuring that there is no discrimination in the military, like very, very clear-cut civil liberties and human rights.
Hegseth is not convinced.
And I decided I was going to start speaking about the Jewish experience and what was dangerous about anti-Zionism and taking back the term Zionism and explaining it to people. I really thought we're leaning on all of these social justice wins that I've had over the years.
When they use an ism as a pejorative for like years or decades, and then some rando shows up and goes, actually, it means something completely different. Stop using it as a pejorative. I'm sure that's gone swimmingly for you.
All of the ways in which I've supported all of these minority communities that I love and champion.
Slow her down.
Maybe some people will listen to me. And at that point in time, there was a split of the sea.
She's okay.
And some people just thought I was absolutely bonkers, like hysterical.
But people who are okay are not immune to being slowed down right at the moment they need to be.
Centering myself in something conspiratorial, like,
my points.
You're not scared because you're a Jew. Like, who's scared because they're a Jew? You know what I mean? It was there was a lot of gaslighting. Yeah. And on the other hand, there were some people who expressed a deep-seated secret relief that finally there was someone that they admired and could relate to who was saying the taboo, the thing that was not to be said, that felt like the scariest minority victimization that was not allowed to be uttered. Like every element of me, my lesbianism, my
yeah, if you have deep pockets, you know, there's barely any taboos. You can just use your deep pockets to like de-taboo the taboos. Not always, but often enough.
my womanhood to be said that felt
There's
like
a strong correlation between taboo and the types of opposition the taboo has, and how deep those pockets run.
victimization that was not allowed to be uttered.
Hang on,
Like every element of me, my lesbianism, my womanhood, like, you know, all of that was up for discussing. I never felt you're talking about misogyny or...
Yeah, that checks out, because men are good sports. Well, she said it.
Never felt you're
Never
talking about misogyny.
Right, just more proof that men are good sports, or at least better sports than all the other whiny non-man groups. Yeah, see the other groups, it's like fear, man. It's like the queer incur fear in those they choose to part ways with over Israeli stuff, but not men.
Or I never felt you around talking about misogyny.
But no one's gonna hear that the way they should, right? As in, men are good sports. And so, like, I have to point it out because it should be self-evident, but it's not. But anyway, I think we can move on.
The geographic distribution of queerness defies every elite assumption. In a 2022 study, rural Appalachian youth in deep red Trump country reported transgender or non-binary identity at 7.2%, 4 times the 2017 national baseline of 1.8%. This inverts the adult pattern where cities are queerer than rural areas. No coastal elite indoctrination here. It's what happens when traditional life paths close everywhere and the internet becomes the only space with options. The story tying together all the threads of this great weirding is that economic precarity creates alternative success metrics, which is why you don't easily find Dynagoth tendencies among the strivers in San Francisco and New York City. The new economic subject for the rest of America? Online possibility. Playing the internet lottery and trying to build a following for your stream. You can meet anyone online. You can join any community. You can create anything from anywhere and get cozy glory from it. The Dynagoth condition is not just the prolification of anime or queerness or alt aesthetics, but the creative empowerment of the masses.
The headliners, if you can't see this, Guns N' Roses, Godsmack, The Offspring, Foo Fighters. Yeah, most of these are very much my age range. All right, so same people, Tool, Limp Bizkit, Wu-Tang Clan, AFI. Like, I don't know if this proves this point very well. I think after Generation, I think a lot of young white men have abandoned rock music. But the financial explanation
Not it.
It doesn't explain why rock.
At the end of adolescence, a man is a fanatic by definition. I have been one myself. And to the limits of absurdity. Do you remember that period when I poured out incendiary tirades, less from a love of scandal than a longing to escape a fever which, without the outlet of verbal dementia, would certainly have consumed me? Convinced that the evils of our society derive from old men, I conceived a liquidation of every citizen over the age of 40. That onset of sclerosis and mummification, that turning point after which, I chose to believe, every individual becomes an insult to the nation and a burden to the collectivity. So admirable did the project seem to me that I did not hesitate to divulge it. Those concerned were something less than appreciative of its tenor and labeled me a cannibal. My career as a public benefactor began under discouraging auspices. You yourself, though so generous and, in your way, so enterprising, by dint of reservations and objections, had persuaded me to give it up. Was my project so blameworthy? It merely expressed what every man who loves his country hopes for in his inmost heart. The suppression of half his compatriots.
about Eminem being like a more important cultural figure than we give him credit for, specifically for white males. It's called the Eminem-sized hole in white America. This is a great video. Shout out to Melon. Melon also just did a take on this morning.
Probably isn't.
That made me want to compound on it.
Probably not even a good video. Uploader can't be bothered to capitalize, like at all. You know, they either capitalized everything and too much for their clickbait bullshit, or, you know, they just can't be bothered to capitalize the parts that do need to be capitalized. So I doubt the video is good. You got to make these inferences when there's so much bullshit online. Yeah, you got to go by inference, and yeah, it's a sign of mental laziness when you can't do what's right. Even when it seems like it's trifles, that's precisely where they out themselves. So when they display their mental laziness in matters of trifles, because they let their guard down.
To add to it,
I don't care if you capitalize like your video titles when like someone's gonna pay you because the video title is properly capitalized. No, you do it when nothing's on the line. You write properly when nothing's on the line. And text as well.
Was a time where...
Yeah, that's how you keep toxic people out of your life and boneheaded people out of your life, is you gauge who's mentally lazy in these matters of apparent trifles.
The cultural zeitgeist of white America.
But hang on, sorry.
Shout out to Melon. Melon also just did a take on this morning that I watched.
But, you know, this is not this video's title. Like, his video has a different title than this, and I'll show it to you in a sec or two.
Maybe want to compound on it to add to it. There was a time where the cultural zeitgeist of white American men was not dominated by the likes of Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross, this clavicular guy that I can't escape hearing about. That was not what white American men's cultural icons were like modeled after. They tended to model themselves after rock stars, rebels. You might even say, to an extent, revolutionaries. Not really, obviously. There was obviously always the presence of white supremacy to mitigate how somebody like Bruce Springsteen or what's the going in the USA? What the hell is that dude's name? Bruce Springsteen. Did I just say that? There was a time where this working class anti-imperialist image.
Yeah, have you ever asked yourself, you know, how many people, what percent of the country, let's just say, qualify as working class? Have you ever asked yourself that? You'd think that they would come up with these, you know, categories and count up the number of people who belong to each category. You know, what percent of America are the petty bourgeoisie? Nah, I'm not going to look into that. There's the next, opinion poll that's just come out on Trump's lack of popularity. Yeah, we'll care about those stats far more, even though that's far more of a, you know, make it up as you go along type industry than is the, you know, let's actually categorize these people. If we're so hell-bent on working class as a definable category, yeah, you know, how much money is too much money to be considered the working class? Yeah? Someone makes $200,000 a year and busts their ass? No, they can't be part of the working class, even though they're busting their ass and they're working probably with their brain.
Americana mythology was much more dominant.
But hang on, let's see. Let's minimally gauge the video's title. Music. Ooh, music. Yeah, I'm very passionate about music, so I click videos that I know it's going to be a mistake to click because I can't record anymore. I made a vow to myself not to record when I decided to click on this video. I made a vow, don't record, no matter how absurd it is. And less than a minute in and I find myself recording because there's just so much to be said. But it's such a long video, man. I guess it's not that long. I guess the other video was the long one, the one where it's about Eminem. But hang on.
Now understand, this is always still a lie, but it was a lie more amenable to liberation activity than what we're dealing with now. Yeah, right here.
Mass movements can be captured in one such way, you know. Like tens of millions of people involved in something to make something happen, and that's the liberation. And then a bunch of opposition to it, and that is like the oppression. And there's no like inner, you know, complications within the movement or anything like that. No, there's just the keep it simple, stupid liberatory movements versus the oppressive ones. Yeah, that's how we like it. And then what do you get from that? You get music, but did the CIA kill rock music? FD streams. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, and that's what people are going to pay attention to. Did the CIA kill rock music? But I shouldn't be frustrated.
I love this line here. Got a little hometown jam, so they put a rifle in my hand, send me off to a foreign land to go kill the yellow man. So that is an anti-war message in one of the most popular songs in American history, done by a straight white man. It seems unfathomable right now that there are like heterosexual white men preaching anti-imperialism in America at the highest levels of popularity. We fast forward to today, and this image of American mythologized white masculinity is gone. The image of white masculinity does not look like this anymore. Why is this white masculinity and not masculinity? Because white masculinity is a very specific thing. White masculinity is the hegemonic ideal of what masculinity is supposed to look like, and thus has the most.
If you're a gangbanger in the inner cities, and you're pigment, and you do it because you want to get a bunch of pussy, because gangbangers tend to get more pussy. That versus whatever backwater hicks shooting cans with their rifles and stuff, but it's not your pigment. Yeah, they're doing it because they want pussy too. Oh, white, stupid, bonehead is different than the non-white, stupid bonehead. I don't think so.
And so you've always had images of black revolutionary aesthetics. Those still haven't went away, even if they're not genuine or like all that aggressively revolutionary. Right now, Kendrick Lamar is an example. And so here comes Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan is kind of a piece of shit. He's not the worst guy, but he's just kind of the epitome of like an out-of-touch rock guy that thinks he knows everything. He's done some weird right-wing stuff. I think he was Diet Mom.
You're in touch, right? Yeah, that's out of touch, but you're in touch. Do you know everything? Has he ever said he knows everything? Is it fair for me to go, oh, and do you think you know everything? Of course, you'd say no. Just like he'd say no if you confronted him with, oh, you think you know everything? Right? So you wouldn't want to be confronted by me asking you, oh, you think you know everything? No, you wouldn't want that. You would just say, no, I don't know everything. Just as he would if you confronted him.
At a certain point, and I'm sure he has some fans that'll come correct me. This take here does kind of show my point, though, because this take is laced with a lot of microaggression, a little quiet racism, but it's getting to an interesting point.
I find it strange that rock, which has been the dominant social change.
Like, how do you double down on microaggressions when you see it just didn't do anyone outside of your, I guess, people? But you just don't care. It just makes people roll their eyes, and yet you just still asserted microaggressions. Yeah, keep rolling your eyes. No, man, you gotta, you got some people you ought to win over to your side. You're not doing it right. And, your thesis is gonna put him off even more.
Force of the 20th century has been essentially sidelined, and my argument is on purpose. I think that rock has been purposely dialed down in the culture. When would you say that began? Mid-2000s? Late 90s. All I know is I saw the gravity shift, okay? If you were at MTV or around MTV, 1997, 98, suddenly they decided rock was out, when rock was still very, very high up in the thing. And it was replaced.
That's kind of Candace Owens' theory as well, that it went out of their way to push all the skanky genres of music, like the R&B and the, just salacious rap. So, yeah, you're on par with Candy Owens, Mr. Kurgan, and the guy who's playing him.
It's by rap, right? They immediately changed the way their standards and practices immediately shifted, right? So now that things that weren't allowed were suddenly allowed. People were waving guns, okay? So some people assert that the CIA was involved in all that, again, above my
no, it's
but
just...
I saw it happen, I did witness it happen, okay? And then now, as you pointed out, rap seems to be waning in terms of its cultural influence. Pop is completely
it's in the bloodstream. It's in the bloodstream. You guys don't get it. Those other, grungy acts, they were nowhere near as attractive as the polished bubblegum pop rock acts. And people's power of sight predominate over their power of hearing too, apparently. Not just their power of thought. Their power of sight preponderates over their power of hearing, over their audible powers. And they chose to roll with bubblegum crap and, no more grunge. It's simple as that. Oh, it had to be the CIA or something. The big wigs in MTV. No. If grunge consistently from the grassroots up continued outselling all other genres, MTV wouldn't have wanted to sabotage the thing that outperforms all the other things. No, it's just those grunge guys, they wouldn't lift. And so it's like, yeah, you got maybe some male demo, but like the chicks weren't watching. Yeah, chicks don't like grunge because the Kurt Cobain wouldn't lift.
the most dominant ticket-selling thing in the Western world, and yet there's almost no representation of rock and culture. Right. So why do we have that schism? I think they purposely dialed down the ability of rock stars to have a voice in the culture.
All right, I want to engage with this take critically without being reactionary and bring up some things I haven't heard talked about yet. So first off, let's ease away from conspiratorial thinking and just point out some of the flaws in his logic. The CIA has always had a hand in moving the cultural zeitgeist away from liberatory or revolutionary activity, right? And it is very obvious right now that
you just did the conspiracy thing. Yeah, CIA, you know, they play fire with fire. You know, they don't play fire with, you know, whatever, you know, guitars that are not exactly tuned right.
That, as I just said, rock music does not have a huge level of relevance.
CIA doesn't play fire with out-of-tuned guitars.
In the American cultural zeitgeist. It does not. It's still very lucrative in its pockets, but it is not very relevant in the American cultural zeitgeist. I do not think that was a product of the CIA explicitly.
I just wish you didn't, like, convince yourself in the most Manichaean approach to discussing issues, where there's the liberatory movements and the ones that oppose them. And, you know, even though it involves like millions of people, all kinds of policy implications, things that only work short term versus long term, you know, this, it's like, yeah, you know, I'm just frustrated. I'm just really frustrated that, let's see if the people call him on it. No, they're going to talk Kanye, yeah. Well, anyway, here's a long thing I did. That's a musical thing that's, man, it gets really good in the second half of it. But it's kind of, I'll tie it to this as well.
What I know at 60, I knew as well at 20. 40 years of a superfluous labor of verification. I am for the most part so convinced that everything is lacking in basis, consequence, justification, that if someone dared to contradict me, even the man I most admire, he would seem to me a charlatan or a fool. He would seem to me a charlatan or a fool.
You best believe it's a segment about a bad man. But it's not gendered. He just so happens to be male. It's not gendered yet.
This man does not give
But soon.
a fuck about anything but himself.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Spencer.
Well, they're not homeless. They're drug addicts.
Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. They're choosing to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules.
I think it's a law of nature or a law of human psychology or something that if your folks name you Spencer, you're going to be a cunt. Yeah.
They want to have
Let's not disrupt him. Hang on. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Stupid too.
Yeah. They're not homeless. They're drug addicts.
Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these
apples or oranges. Apples are
to be on the street because they want to do drugs. They don't want rules. They don't want to listen.
Well, maybe they want privacy. As a homeless person, as a person stuck in destitution, you often got to choose between shelter and privacy. And yeah, it's unaffordable to provide shelters because there's that many homeless. So it's unaffordable to provide them shelters with privacy. So they just sometimes opt for the road. You know, especially like in the spring and summer and stuff. But really year round, it's California, it's warm year round. Yeah, if I feel bad for the homeless, it's not going to be these homeless who are much closer to the equator than folks like me.
Have animals to abuse, get us be naked.
Okay, so he cares, so Pratt cares about animals being abused. That's good.
Well, I just released.
But I will get back to,
This man does not give a fuck about
it will be about her. I'll bring it back. It's about higher learning. That's what they named the show. Higher learning. But they don't get it because they don't read Illich. That like that's the name of your podcast is the problem. It's why there's homeless. But she cares about the homeless and the underprivileged and whatnot, the oppressed. And it's a binary too. You either have it or you don't. Privilege. At least that's how they talk. Yeah, that's not they. I mean, everyone who buys into the idea that privilege looms and explains a lot of things. Yeah, it's always like you either have privilege or you don't. And it's only when you twist their arm into understanding that it's a gradient that they start speaking about it as a gradient and as a thing that applies to different domains of life. But, you know, when you're not there to twist their arm, it's like always a binary privilege. You either have it or you don't. You're either oppressed or not. It's black and white.
Plans for the over 40,000 homeless.
Okay, hang on. Let's hear his arguments, his polemics against the homeless. Yeah.
Because they want to do drugs, they don't want rules, they don't want to listen, they
Yeah.
don't want to have animals.
Why do you have to discriminate? You know, some folks can do drugs responsibly. And, well, maybe you don't have a problem with those. Yeah, maybe you don't have a problem with me. Maybe you just have a problem with the irresponsible drug users, which, fine, okay. Yeah, you and I might end up liking each other. But you best not pass judgment on folks who can use drugs and weak, light drugs responsibly.
Where are you going to move?
Well, I just released a 9-minute video.
But it's going to take time to build
Yeah,
a facility.
it's not for this attention economy. A 9-minute video? You're in the wrong attention economy, Pratt, Spencer.
And money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
3 days. These people, when I unplug them and say, we're not taking our tax money anymore, they're all going to see.
Maybe I need text in my videos. Maybe that way, like, the deaf can listen to me and watch me.
Seattle, where
But just listen to me, but I don't have text in my... But you can do closed captioning. I'm pretty sure I pronounce like 99% of words clearly enough such that the closed captioning will do what it needs to properly.
Welcome them.
It is so obvious.
Okay, hang on. No, hang on. Before she...
But it's going to take time to build the facility.
Yeah.
And money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
3 days. These people, when I unplug them and say, we're not taking our tax money anymore, they're all going to Seattle, where the mayor will welcome.
Even the crazy Mormon state, Utah, you know, they more or less solved homelessness, but it took them a lot more than 3 days.
It is so obvious in that clip that he's speaking from a place of privilege and he is only willing to serve people with privilege.
See? So if I showed up and I said, you know, privilege is a gradient and has different areas of life where it kicks in or not, then she would grant that. But the moment someone like me is not around to point out those complexities, just keep it simple, stupid, because they choose to stay in the country that they themselves believe is fascist. So they have to level everything down to the point where everything is, you know, simple enough such that the blue Volk can get energized to go to the voting booth.
And who is for sale. This is a man who cannot be taken seriously.
He's for sale. Yeah, how did she put it? Yes.
With privilege. This is a man who is for sale. This is a man who cannot be taken seriously. This is a man...
Yeah, you have to be for sale, you know, to keep a roof over your head.
Is doing this...
And you know, at least 4 days a week. If you don't want to be for sale, you still have to make yourself for sale 4 days a week.
In order to get the attention that he has wanted ever since we've seen him on reality TV, to be connected and chummy with certain people in this
And you want attention because you want the blue people to vote bluer all the time to stop the fascists for like a while. And maybe permanently stop the fascists, because people will keep voting bluer permanently because you dumb stuff down to the point where you appeal to them so they can understand your simplistic privilege versus oppression frameworks.
A society and to profit off of it. If you support what that man just said in that clip.
Yeah, you support higher learning. So, you know, you support the oppression of the autodidacts and others who just don't want you wasting their time and telling them how to learn and where to learn and when to learn and, you know, specifically when to learn.
People are
yeah, don't tell me when to learn, even more so than don't tell me what to learn. It's the when. That's the fault line, but sorry, I got my hobby horses. Let's not disrupt her so that she actually, when she watches this, she actually has to respond to my points by recognizing that I just let her go uninterrupted. Right, that's what happens. That's why no one tries to rebuke me, because I don't let them make their point in full. So they're like, well, that guy's not fair, so I'm not going to rebuke him. Okay, so in order for me to be rebuked, because I am curious what persons think in terms of if they criticize me, I'll let them go uninterrupted so that they can say that I'm charitable, and then they can rebuke me.
In that clip, that he's speaking from a place of privilege and he is only willing to serve people with privilege. This is a man who is for sale.
You got it or you don't.
This is a man who cannot be taken seriously. This is a man who is doing this in order to get the attention that he has wanted ever since we've seen him on reality.
Yeah, he didn't learn enough in higher learning. He didn't learn to be moral in higher learning.
To be connected and chummy with certain people in this LA society. And
well, it's a city. Is LA a society? No, I think America is the society. LA is just a subcategory of society that a lot of people choose to move to, even though it's been very pricey for many decades. It's not just like this current affordability crisis that, like Will Stansel says, is not a crisis. No. You know, your LA community has been like super pricey for decades. I guess it's worse now, but who knows? But anyway, like people kept coming and no one discouraged them to keep coming to LA, to keep moving to LA and just California. Yeah, why do so many people live there and in New York if it's really that impossible to live? People who say it's impossible to live, living is too costly, the costs of living are sky high. But I'll stay in New York or Cali or, you know, one of these. No, just move to the Midwest or something. Or just leave America, because America's fascist. No, that would make too much sense. Anyway, I'm supposed to let you go.
Profit off of it. If you support what that man just said in that
point.
clip, you believe people are disposable.
Yeah.
If you support what that man
Point.
just said,
Point.
you believe your privilege over everything. I do appreciate that interview.
Yeah, when they gesticulate outward, they're signaling moral outrage, the outward gesticulation. And when they put their hands on their chest, it's the signal that what's being said is very sincere and heartfelt. That's women, not even just black women, but just like women in general. You know, this, it's like I'm being condemnatory, and then this hand on the chest is the signal that I'm being sincere now, and I really feel like what I'm saying is true.
Because it's better than other interviewers that I've seen him talk to. Him pushing back, okay, you're going to use federal land. Where are you going to use it? It's not that simple. You have to fight through bureaucratic red tape to get that stuff done, to build affordable housing. You don't just...
Yeah, it's, you know, the blue tent that brought that reality about more so than the red tent, sorry to say.
Say I'm the mayor, I'm going to talk to these people, I'm going to build this land in 3 days and move 40,000 people or ship them back out of here so you can make way for the...
I'll do it even before, in the span of time that Christ took to rise. I'll do it even faster than Christ took to rise. I'll do it in 3 days and slightly less.
Them back out of here so you can make way for the Olympics, so the people who are funding your campaign can have their city look the way that it wants to. That's not how it works.
It's important to clean up the city when there's an Olympics. We learned that in Vancouver back in 2010. You know, it's you know, land of the free, but when there's Olympics and other fancy events coming to town, it's not necessarily the land of the free who want to be disordered in public or disorderly in public. Yeah, when there's Olympics that come to town, then you don't get to be free if you want to be disorderly. Then our views on being disorderly in public turn as draconian as like they were always in Eastern Europe. Yeah, there's like people who thought that, you know, people who are like you're even related to that think like Eastern Europe is a better society because there's no homeless. It's like, no, just their scope of individual liberties is narrower. They don't allow for disorderly to count as free. That's why there's no homeless people like in a lot of the world outside the West. It doesn't mean those societies are more humane or better. It just means that if you malfunction, you're like thrown in a room.
Frustrated by anything more.
Not like if you are a menace or have harmed or have any intention to harm others. Is if you just malfunction and you're weird in public, yeah, you'll be thrown into a room.
Then the Spencer Pratt of it all.
Yeah.
And people who I actually think are smart supporting him. I shouldn't be surprised if they're putting their privilege first.
Yeah,
But
the thing that
you
either you have or you don't, right?
think that they would be this overt about it.
Do I have privilege as someone who, like, no one watches my videos? Would you have the audacity to say I have view privilege? No. No, it's chronically bad. I have chronic view issues. Chronic view oppression. Because because people watch folks like you. So in a way, you oppress me in terms of views. It's why I have chronic views, chronic low views.
I'm fucking sick of it. I'm like in a fucking mood. We've already been through this with Trump, and I'm not saying he's on the same level, but it's out of the same playbook. This man does not give a fuck.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm really pissed, I rant with my eyes closed. It's why it's better to not be seen when you're ranting, because it looks kind of lame. But if you just hear me rant, like if I'm outside, you don't know that I have my eyes closed because I'm so fucking pissed. So it just looks like I'm yelling and I've got my eyes open. But in fact, yeah, I've got my eyes closed when I rant really loud.
About anything but him.
But you don't see it. So I look alert. Wait, what is she? Oh yeah, that's why I decided to do this. I'm gonna explain why her very last sentence is also naive.
What are your plans?
Hang on. Where is it? Where is this stupid thing on Blue Sky?
This man does not give a fuck about anything but himself.
Yeah, unlike you, right? Hang on, this is stupid. So many things. Like no one can argue. It's just spasms and psychological indulgences instead of actual arguments. People can't crawl out of their psychologies.
In a fucking mood. We've already been through this with Trump.
Yeah?
And I'm not saying he's on the same level, but it's out of the same playbook.
Okay.
This man does not give a fuck about anything but himself.
But you care about stuff beyond yourself because people aren't disposable, right? But if that were true, if you cared about people in any way other than a very abstract way, you'd be weeping nonstop. Because it's like a law of nature that people have to be disposable. And especially like one gender of the people, like extra disposable. You know, even if they're non-disposable for a bunch of decades, then nature just takes them and hence makes them disposable. Like after a bunch of decades, if they're lucky. But, you know, we don't even have to take it that far, right? So what is it? You don't care. You don't care about people who don't care about others. Is that what you said?
Same level, but it's out of the same playbook.
Yes.
This man
closed
does
eyes.
not give a
I
fuck
closed my
about
eyes
anything
too.
but himself.
Okay. So yeah, that's the sad truth is.
And people who I actually think
the sad
are
truth
smart,
is
supporting him. I shouldn't be surprised if they're putting their.
No. Ugh.
This man does not give a fuck about anything but himself.
So the sad truth is that it sucks to be the sort of person who only cares about oneself. And so to not be that way, to not suck morally, you know, one is inclined to really do his best to care about others and things beyond themselves so that they don't suck. Because like you suck if you only care about yourself. So I'm not going to suck. I'm going to be better and I'm going to be moral because I'm going to care. But it's still, in a very indirect way, it's still about yourself so that you don't suck morally. Boom. Yeah. Could they grant that? I don't think Blue America. I think Blue America is in a spot right now where like they can't grant that.
This man does not give a fuck about
I could have done it at the beginning too.
anything but himself.
Yeah. So just think about it, you know? Why aren't you who care about others, not like in the abstract, but like there's like definable individuals who you care about? It's not just like an idea or a principle. Like you're emotionally weighted down because people are badly off. Why aren't you weeping constantly if it's about these definable individuals? You know, since time immemorial, people have been in dire straits. And now there's like 8 billion plus people. So yeah, we care about those who are badly off, but we care about it in the abstract. We don't care about it. You get something straight, Blue America, and talking heads in Blue America, you know. We'd just be debilitated. Like, you guys need to read philosophy to get it. Like, if anything, Peter Singer kind of clinched this for me. Yeah, like here too, it's Gaza. You know, she cares about Gaza, but like not even in the abstract.
Spoke out when Roe v. Wade was.
But if you guys like cared about Gaza the way you care about like whatever your parents or something, you know, you'd be weeping nonstop because the carnage just doesn't end.
Turned, you know, spoken about Gaza.
Yeah.
Have you received?
It's a musician.
Received any pushback behind the scenes, anybody telling you that that's a risk to your business?
I really try to stay educated on things. Like I make a conscious effort to try my very best because I think that's important for
I don't know this musician, but I guarantee you she will in like a month get more clicks than BR will have gotten in the last 4.5 decades of their amazing legendary run. You know, because it's a dame. Dames just do so much better than guys when it comes to like popular music. It's really revolting. Yeah, dames have music privilege, or like commercial music privilege. No one talks about that either. Yeah, I want at least a shred of commercial music privilege for my bands and maybe myself.
Like I make a conscious effort to try my very best because I think that's important for everyone. But I don't know everything. I couldn't list a bunch of statistics about things. I'm not like a geopolitical scientist. Like
I couldn't list statistics either because I've got more important shit in my brain to memorize. But I'm not stupid enough to say I'm not a.
But I'm an artist, and like what I do for my job is like
that I'm not
this
a
is
what
how
is
statistics about things. I'm
Yeah.
not like a geopolitical scientist. Like,
Yeah, but you shouldn't have said that because that's just stupid. It's geopolitical.
I'm an artist, and like what I do for my job is like this is how I feel, and I present it to people.
Yeah, that's what I do too. But I do it well.
Be disingenuous to be like I don't feel heartbroken about what's going on in Gaza. You know what I mean? Like,
And so there is in your mind.
Yeah, we feel heartbroken when we see the video, the footage of the carnage. Yes, it stings. But then we click on something else and we forget it. Whereas if it were people like we actually cared about, like our parents, let's say, who were being blown to smithereens, you know, we wouldn't just like navigate to something else and stop feeling bad.
you know what I mean? Like,
And so there is in your mind like a moral component to being an artist.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a person who has a voice, who has sway, who has influence, you think that some degree of responsibility.
Yeah, it's moral outreach. It's good to do moral outreach through music. I agree with that. But don't kid yourself. You don't weep for them or for all the other ones outside of Gaza who are in dire straits because you don't actually care. It's just you recognize an injustice and it's okay. Speak out against it, but don't like call others who like oppose your views psychopaths and sociopaths and all this shit because you pretend it's emotional for you. It's not emotional for you. Fuck off.
yeah, I think it's just a job. I don't even know if I would say like it's your responsibility to like step up, but I just think it's like it's the same way that I talk about how I'm sad about a breakup on a song. It's like the same.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, you know, in high school, like when they sat this way, you know, you really could see their ass cheeks. That's how, like, especially when they cross. And you're not even trying to look, but like the stupid upskirt thing was like an upskirt on their own accord, not like an upskirt that like the creepy guy caused. It's just because they're so reckless with, you know, they don't wear those undergarments so you could like see ass cheek the moment they like cross their legs when they're wearing a skirt. But anyway, yeah, women did all this to Blue America. It's women's further participation in Blue American politics that made all this crap the way it is. And there's delusions about we care the way we care about the people in our own lives. We care about the victims of war and shit. No, you don't. It's fucking 2026. Admit it. It's fucking... I gotta upload Big Sophism instead of recording. I gotta finish Big Sophism and upload it, but, you know, it's just a never-ending supply of Big Sophism working on people. And you can see it on pretty much any site you go to. Even what trends is like Big Sophism. Yeah. White House UFC. Yeah. The perfect crime. Man, I thought Belfast was better than this. I don't know why. Can't even call it like a negative-sum game. It's just plain destruction. They just don't think at all. Yes, it's how the Volk weep as they set things on fire to show that they weep in unison. even their, beloved authority figure property. Yeah, even cop cars, all kinds of cars set on fire. But mostly the minority community's property, sometimes property of their authorita. But yeah, man, it's like Shop said the English were the most like grotesquely bigoted, but I don't know, man. Ireland's catching up. Ireland's gonna catch up. And why? I guess because it's easy and they don't get on conceptually. So when you don't get on conceptually, like you just lean into group warfare. You haven't been shamed enough over the decades. What's up next? There was a...
This is all that's left of the bus that was burning here.
There was a guy
in the middle of the road in this
like something like a Nigerian guy. I want to.
This all started.
I want to find that. He said he had to lie to his kids because his kids were asking as the mob was like downstairs. They were like on the upper floor, one of the directly targeted houses, and they interviewed the guy after. And the guy said like he had to lie to his kids that oh no, it's not about the skin color. But it was. And I'm like, oh, another natalist Sophie's choice. Like a natalist's only Sophie's choice. Yeah, it's like if you live in Ireland or elsewhere, you gotta lie to your kids often if you're non-white. If they say, is it because of the color of our skin? So, diversity is not all it's cracked up to be. And the progs have to understand that it's like, I'm not the problem here. I'm just reacting to what I see. I've never committed an act of bigotry. I may have committed some jokes that were steeped in bigotry, but I've never committed like an act of bigotry against others. And I just recognize your diversity is not all it's cracked up to be. It's like, it's not my fault because I see what goes on all over the world. But the progs are like, it's my fault because I absorb this kind of information. It's like, yeah, the Volk don't live conceptually. So they just give in to group warfare. You're never going to change it. Look how often they try to change it, and it's like it still survives. And whatever, they do a report on this kind of white racial Volk more than the other types of racial Volk elsewhere.
With a crowd of mostly masked young men gathering, blocking the road. That's why the traffic had to stop. They set fire.
But if you ask some other types of white supremacists, like the Irish aren't even white. So I can't even say what I just said. It's so
and then the bus caught light.
Unstable.
Burned for a couple of hours. Some of the crowd
whiteness is fictive.
Yeah. Away down this road, and we've seen
try telling them that.
That was scrawled on some of the shop fronts and the bus stops around here. Then the crowd.
Yeah, and this whole thing where we have these monotheistic faiths that serve at once as the faith, as something you believe, your religion, something you profess and proclaim, and at the same time, ethnicity. Like it's a twofold identifier. Like being Muslim and being Jew especially. It's like a twofold identifier. That's why they even have that term WASP, which even I use sometimes. It's like we all understand the faiths are like a twofold identifier. So we can have ever more shiftiness in terms of protection, in terms of our stupid doctrines not being scrutinized too harshly, because then like we default to like, oh no, it's being a Jew means I have an ethnic identity. It's like, no. Means something else by the ethnic thing than the word you use for the, scriptural thing. Means something else. And like have these problems will be solved. All this came about because we accepted a twofold thing where it's like your religion can either be your identity, ethnicity rather, and the thing you believe. That's like the doctrine thing that's really stupid.
Here they set fire to cars and we're going door to door.
Anyway, and as a result, the world is a world where we
to people's homes. They believed there were immigrants.
Yeah, and those immigrants, like when they're non-white, they have to lie to their children, who say, "Daddy, Daddy, is it because of the color of our skin?" I gotta find that clip. It's here somewhere. So yeah, I figured I'd give a different flavor of bigotry. There's been too much coverage of the U.S. in this space.
Living here, that.
Here's out there. polling before they were leaving the car. He's like, this is my property, one of their own, from their own community, and I have just lost the property.
Yeah, whites get impacted. It's not.
He's down there watching your own house get burnt.
It's collateral. Your collateral damage. Your collateral damage.
I understand people's anger and all that, but it resolves nothing.
I have been living on this street for almost 10 years. Seeing this
guy.
Yesterday I was devastated, horrified. I didn't know what to do. What can I do to protect my children? They were asking me, myself, and I said, Daddy, is it because we have this color of our skin? I said, no, boys, no, it's okay. I switched off the TV because
it would make me so angry.
I don't know what to tell them. And I don't want to cultivate something inside of them.
Yeah,
we live in a...
I would just be super angry even as I was giving the interview if that's something that had to happen to me. You know, maybe I'd say the other stuff about the devastation, but I'd make it known that I'm primarily angry.
Community in one place is one family here. Saying things like this is killing.
It's awful. But, yeah... can be more or less compromised based on what types of decisions you make.
Police say they arrived at the scene within minutes of a report of a stabbing incident shortly after 10:30 p.m. A video of the attack started circulating widely online around an hour after the incident, including by far-right activist Tommy Robinson, whose real name is...
Who else but Tommy?
Stephen Yaxley Lemon.
Oh.
We're not showing you the far-right activist Tommy Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lemon. We're not showing you the whole
petty.
video because it's too graphic.
You should dead name Tommy.
It shows
You don't dead name Tommy. That's what you get. See, it's if he insists, it's okay to dead name.
Online around an hour after the incident, including by far-right activist Tommy Robinson, whose real name is Stephen Yaxley Lemon.
Yeah,
We're not
but
showing
he
you the
changed it, right? It's not just online. He changed it legally. Probably paid a lot of money.
Video because it's too graphic.
Yeah, but don't dead name a guy.
Shows a man kneeling on another man, pinning him down and attacking his head and neck with a knife.
Yeah, the truth is they've hidden this so well. I've spent like 30 seconds trying to find the raw video and I couldn't, so I gave up. So I haven't even seen how bad it is.
3 people then tried to intervene.
Yeah, stupid BBC, or what is it? It's trying to shield me.
From 12 hours later on Tuesday
Yeah,
morning...
maybe it's for the best. I don't want nightmares.
Local police said a man in his 30s, believed to be Somalian, has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
It's the thing of nightmares.
Just over 2 hours later, the police updated the statement to say the attacker was Sudanese, not Somalian, as initially believed.
Whoops.
Later on Tuesday, police confirmed they had no information to suggest this was terrorist-related. On social media, calls to take to the streets in response to the night
it's Tommy.
attack continued. Police in Belfast began issuing warnings,
Who else but Tommy?
Please, let the PSNI, let the police do their job.
No, you failed. People are angry. That's my argument. People are angry. Wow, so that's all it takes.
Also on Tuesday, the alleged attacker was charged with attempted murder. And despite the calls for calm that night, the streets were ablaze.
Yeah, also because Tommy keeps getting dead named, so they're doing it on behalf of Tommy. Stop dead naming Tommy. We're going to keep riding unless you stop dead naming Tommy. Yeah. But why did Tommy feel like he had to do that? Change his name? Tommy has to be finessed as leader.
This is what a small minority of people in Belfast considered the best response to a serious stabbing. Homes were targeted and burned. Families had to be led to safety through the flames, rescued by emergency services, risking their lives in the most dangerous situation.
The second rung of this.
It's what the authorities feared all day, what they warned against and pleaded not to see. The condemnation came quickly and was widespread.
Mob members
driving people from their homes, attacking their property, attacking the police themselves is not.
Even if it was my job in time to, denounce what happened, it was my job, like the important person. I don't know. I'd probably take some shots at them.
Excusable in any circumstance. And I would appeal to people
she's
that there's
responsible.
nothing that they are doing now
But I want to
which
see
is
if
going
the
to help the
mob.
On Newtonards Road, around 150 masked men blocked traffic, then set fire to bins, making burning barricades.
Get interviews.
A bus had to be abandoned and was then engulfed in flames.
But interviews of the mob
Firefighters
people.
came, didn't approach the crowd. Police officers also stood back for a time into pockets of violence. The authorities are insisting these scenes must not be repeated.
As night turned to morning, our reporter saw scenes of devastation left behind by the rioting and a community on edge.
This is the reality of what happened here in East Belfast.
It's like the end of World War II in Belfast.
Last night.
Yeah, that's how it looked like, man. At the end of World War II, but like legit. It's just kind of HD, but end of World War II.
Left behind by the rioting and a community on edge.
It's probably the same number of like intense level of hate too.
This is the reality of what happened here in East Belfast last night.
Yeah, I bet they all went like, yeah, I'm part of the good angry mob. You know, I'm sure they all say when they see an angry mob, you know, the people who do this, I'm sure they've all said numerous times in their lives, oh, the angry mob. And they've said it pejoratively. But then it's like, I'm part of the one good angry mob.
Homes completely
Like, you'd have to think that.
burnt out and destroyed.
Okay, who hasn't said, oh, angry mob as a pejorative, right? We've all done it. But then when they're doing it, they have to go, on some level, they have to go, I'm part of the one good angry mob.
These two cars were set alight.
But you're not.
At the side of the road here last night,
Yeah, it's
which
always,
meant this house
it's always
caught
bad.
fire. The woman inside has a 7-year-old child. She told me she had to flee to her sister's house. Anselm has lived in East Belfast for 13 years.
That's the good
He's
flag,
now thinking
too.
of leaving.
I was devastated.
Okay, I showed you before.
Traumatized, homes were attacked, businesses targeted, livelihoods lost, and many innocent families terrorized last night because of the color of their skin or where they come from. And we are living in a country where some of the most amplified voices want this. You cannot say this often or boldly enough. They want it. They have called for it. They dream of it. They celebrate it. Up to and including the man who owns Twitter. X, call it whatever you want.
I do.
I think pogroms in Germany were already underway. That's what these poor people were running away from. I don't know what people in Belfast, who may or may not be recent arrivals, were running away from. I don't know what the ones who were refugees were running away from, but they've run straight into violence. They've run straight into horrors. And I think that the crucial point for me this morning is the fact that it has been called for. It has literally been called for. It is being promoted. It is being advertised. It is being provoked. It is being promulgated on social media, particularly on Elon Musk's platform, formerly known as Twitter. And he, the owner, is joining in. And I want you to tell me why. I remember telling you some time ago, I'm not going to take a call before the news, sorry.
He's not a cuck.
Just so you know. But if
I'm not a cuck. Watch everyone, I'm not a cuck. There's not a race war I'm not going to thirst for because I'm not a cuck.
Want this.
Wait, hang on.
Is joining in. And I want you to tell me why.
Yeah, he's not a cuck.
I remember telling you some time ago, I'm not going to take a call before the news, sorry. Just so you know, but if you want to be first on after the news, the number you need is 03456.
We can't have our first trillionaire be a cuck. Heavens, James.
60973. And the question
What's wrong with
is,
you?
why does Elon Musk want this? That's all. Why does he want
Anti-cuck.
this? You probably know more about it than I do. All I know.
Yeah, that's it. That's as far as it goes, I think. You know, that and the revenue. I'm sure he gets more revenue this way.
Is that shortly before I left his platform, I was...
and I guess his dad was a legit kind of, believer.
Almost deluded
So
by footage of crimes being committed by people of colour.
I kind of hope that he's on the level where it's just that adolescent and it's just, I'm not a cuck.
Didn't matter where they were,
but
it didn't matter what the
maybe he's a believer.
background was, it didn't matter what the context was. If the criminal was dark-skinned and violent, it was being pushed to a degree that I didn't understand then and I don't understand now. Why on earth would
You know, this kind of stuff happens when you have a degraded political culture. Because too many people suckle on the teat of all kinds of crazy conspiratorial disinfo stuff and propaganda. You know, so you get pogroms. Yeah, like a political culture can be on that level or on a better level where it doesn't fall for shit that causes and induces pogroms. You know, it doesn't seem that difficult. You know, if I was just more common, yeah, there wouldn't be pogroms. But there's pogroms because, yeah, the decent types of people are too rare. But, you know, it's kind of incidental. So it could be better.
Has no interest in watching that sort of thing be
It's not a wild claim to say that, yeah, they don't have to be pogroms. It could be better.
You know, why?
Just...
Because it was being deliberately put in front of people. Again, as with adolescence, art sometimes does a better job than journalism. And if you watch Tiptoe, the new Russell T Davies drama on Channel 4, you'll see what's happening to David Morris's character as he watches an increasingly unleavened diet of online violence, carefully cultivated, engineered to convince him that the gays or the foreigners are all the enemy.
Well, I think the gays are pretty well off there in the UK compared to the US.
On the thing that you've got in your pocket.
Come on, James.
Diet of online violence, carefully cultivated.
Implicate the gays as the oppressed, like in the UK. They're well off.
It's to convince him that the gays or the foreigners are all the enemy. And it's happening on the thing that you've got in your pocket. It's happening on the thing that you've got.
Or just your laptop.
It's in your pocket. It's not only being used to create fake images of child sexual abuse, it's being used to foment race war. It's being used to provoke precisely the sort of activities that we saw on the streets of Belfast last night. Twitter is being used to create this nightmare scenario. And one of the key creators of it is currently in Moscow with the owner's father, the man best known for impregnating his own stepdaughter. Twine.
The golden age is right on the horizon. Iran was never supposed to be a forever war. It was a precise and lethal operation. We never sent boots on the ground and only flirted with taking Karg Island.
Yeah, there were no layers upon layers upon layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of contradictory statements. No, there was a stable narrative the whole way through. I mean, I get it. He makes a lot of money spouting this, but still, I thought there'd be a limit. You know, when you break all kinds of records. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stalin didn't contradict himself this often, anywhere near this often. And so, okay, Stalin had these simps and, you know, they didn't even get paid. They just stayed alive. So it was a lot more justifiable. This guy, you know, is running interference for all kinds of next level contradictory shit, and many like him. You know, the suits, yeah. You know, just to get paid a lot. It's not like you'll die if you maintain a modicum of your dignity by just leaving, if this is what you're expected to do over and over. You know, this excursion, whatever the next excursion's gonna be, yeah, he'll just spout stable narrative style talking points when it was anything but. And he's also talking about it as if it's past tense. It's not a past tense war. I'm not going to make the Pride video in June. I'm not going to make it. It's going to be a July Pride video. But we're, you know, it's June 30th now. I'm not going to finish the video for numerous reasons in June. But here we are, tail end of June, June 30th, and it's not done yet. But they're talking about Iran as if it's a done deal, but it's not.
Didn't need to. Trump took a shot, got the deal, and got out.
Yeah,
now we can
it was a
book our next excursion.
Stable narrative.
Cuba.
Wait, what?
Greenland, maybe. Or
next?
Need to. Trump took a shot, got the deal, and got out.
No,
now
more,
we can
more like shooting blanks. Yeah, like
book our next excursion.
Rhetorical blanks, right? Yeah, shooting rhetorical blanks. But wait, what?
Cuba.
Wait,
Greenland, maybe.
No, hang on.
Our 51st.
No.
Didn't need to.
Did
Trump took a shot, got the deal, and got out.
Blanks.
Now
yeah.
we can book our next excursion. Cuba. Greenland, maybe. Or our 51st state. Canada. Economy didn't collapse.
Death
Markets
to
up,
America.
manufacturing
Death.
activities way up. Jobs
Death
are up.
to
The
America.
golden age was
Allahu
right on the
Akbar,
horizon.
even, if that's what
Iran
it
was
takes.
never supposed to be a forever war. It was a precise.
One more
and-
time.
Greenland, maybe.
Okay.
Our 51st state, Canada.
Death to America. Death to
Markets
America.
up, manufacturing activities.
We'll do
way
it like
up,
Destiny.
Jobs are up.
Oh, death to America. Death to America. Death to America. Death to America. Death to America.
Ex-Special Forces citizens that were deployed that were trying to shoot off FEMA people because they thought if the FEMA people came to your house, or if anybody accepted FEMA funds, it means that the government would be able to take your house from you once the disaster was over.
When was this?
A few years ago. It's just insanity.
And where is the media to
no one cares.
counteract
Because that's
it?
a lib issue, but no one cares. You stupid. No one cares. No one cares. BLM, 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 BLM.
Watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live every
No one cares. No one cares. BLM, 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 BLM. A few years ago. It's just insanity.
And where is the media to
no one cares.
counteract
Because that's a
it?
lib issue, but no one cares. You stupid. No one cares. No one cares. BLM, 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 BLM.
Watching this clip from the Culture War podcast. We're live.
So we'll run it a bunch of times, and then we'll give the context at the end.
Mall goth aesthetics become Walmart defaults. Subcultures converge into the downwardly mobile mass aesthetic. Anime becomes cool, not by assimilating into taste, but by overwhelming it. Queerness leaves the sophistication cradle of the urban bohemian elves and conquers the tacky masses of the hinterland, middle, and lower classes. The great severance comes in the form of hobbit parents shrugging at the total queering of their sons and daughters. This is the story of the new pan-Pennsylvanian, pan-Floridian, Pacific Northwest provincial cracker. It's the story of the omni-racial anime white trash of the Texas Triangle, the ambiguously emo Arkansan, the Nintendo Hispanic, the Black Weeabo, the internet dreamer forced to awaken in the wasteland of reality. It's the emerging ensoulment of Western Massachusetts, not Boston, Buffalo, not Brooklyn, the Inland Empire, not LA. Queerness by default is no longer for the grad student, but for the towny gamer in the hentai hoodie. You're somewhere over normal America. From a coast-to-coast jet trajectory, you see it with the unmarred vision of private equity. There are lights below, many places with many people, no longer distinct. Upward mobility has been mined out with brutal efficiency. In the Dallas sprawl, there are functional and manicured suburbs where you can drive forever and still be nowhere. In Maine, the town is now a Dunkin' Donuts and a rehab clinic.
The first graduating class in 1642 had only 9 students. Yeah. And somehow even they were all legacies. That's hard to do. No university in our nation has produced more Nobel laureates or white-collar criminals. So whether you choose good or evil, know
Or both.
that you are among the very best.
Or stupid. Yeah.
The first graduating
stupid
class
graduates,
in
yeah,
1642
you know.
had only 9 students. Yeah. And somehow even
Only 1/3 of you will find gainful employment,
they were all legacies.
despite your prestigious robes.
Self-knowledge always costs too much, as does knowledge itself. Once we have reached the bottom, we won't bother to live anymore. In an explained universe, nothing would still have a meaning except madness itself. A thing we have encompassed no longer counts. In the same way, once we have penetrated someone, the best thing he can do is disappear. It is less in self-defense than out of modesty, a desire to conceal their unreality, that the living all wear masks.
Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back to Stephen Colbert. Let's do it slower so we don't get stricken.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Stephen Colbert.
Please
I'm like mostly milquetoast. God, can you imagine it?
Everybody down
So,
here,
Catherine.
Please have a...
So, Catherine, tell us your thoughts on the manosphere. I don't want to date like some whiny man.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the late
Catherine, when can we have you back, Catherine? When can we have you back, Catherine? Catherine, can you do that one when you come back too? So, Catherine, what do you think of male pattern baldness? I don't want to date like some bald man. Yeah, Catherine.
Stephen Colbert.
Oh, whatever, Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, what do you think of male pattern baldness and colon cancer afflicting men at higher rates? I don't wanna date some anally pained man. Or what is it? Just some anal, maybe just anal man. Yeah, I don't want to just date some anal man, some man with a rectum.
How you been?
So Caitlin or a Catherine or a Billie Eilish probably would as well fit the bill.
It's great to be back.
You know, Cardi definitely. You know, what do you think of you know, to this day, you know, a lot more guys die doing their jobs to earn a living, you know, just at the rates than dames, you know, occupational death disparity, disadvantage in life. Oh, that wasn't structural. Nothing is structural ultimately. Steven needs to know it too. Steven doesn't care about anything. You know, Steven's about to cash out.
We never really left.
So welcome back to Stephen Colbert with Caitlin or Katie, or, you know, must sympathize when fraudster asks them to smile, must sympathize with their plight. But what do any of you think of, you know, what's another bad one? Yeah, the infant circumcision thing. You know, it's all about the female victims overseas because, you know, Muslim was wilder. You know, but we're wildly unjust to male infants by depriving them of an essential part of their anatomy. And it's monstrous that it's done to girls, but I would say it's every bit as monstrous as it's done to non-consenting boys. So what do you think of that, Caitlin Collins, or, you know, just a lot of you? I don't want to date some uncut man.
But we certainly weren't here.
But the first one was the best, right? What was the first one?
This is a slightly different energy.
What do you think of hobos daring to use dating apps, Caitlin Collins? I don't want to date some homeless man, but I'm for homeless pride marches.
Converted storage.
Just like my stupid male friends are for slut marches.
8 floors above us. As beautiful as
retails of innocence. Yeah, I do it better.
I have not been on this stage.
You suck,
in front of a
Steven.
live...
You suck. You pander, Steven, to the gynocratic mob.
That in the case of Johnny's show, people actually watched it. In the case of our show, you get the feeling people are just kind of putting up with it.
And we'll be out of here.
Right. So, how'd Paul Petrie end up on your radar?
I mean, come on. Women marry homosexuals all the time. Seems to suit a lot of them.
It is not about being an ally of the USA. It is about treating your allies according to how they treat you. It's about treating your allies according to who is in charge. The USA under Barack Obama or even George Bush or Ronald Reagan is not the USA under the heel of Donald Trump and his coterie of cronies and cretins. I mean, it is insane to suggest that we have a kind of God-given duty to be allies of the US.
As Tony Blair suggested in a 5,000-word op-ed that James is really angry about.
Say whatever they do. And then we move into the self-justification. We were its staunchest supporter post 9/11. 9/11 was a hideous terror attack visited upon one of our closest allies by Islamist extremists. It bears no relationship whatsoever to the decision of Benjamin Netanyahu to attack Iran and talk Donald Trump into joining him. And then he goes on, we went through Afghanistan and Iraq together. What is the equivalence he's seeking to draw here?
Apples or oranges again.
But it mattered deeply to America, and so it mattered to us also. They read like a...
Blair sucks. Just intellectually, at the persuasion level, Blair sucks so bad.
Right, an undergraduate.
He signed up to the Billionaires Club, hasn't he?
Well, I hate these simple answers to, simple questions. I hate these simple answers to, simple questions. But I'm not alarmed. I'm not alarmed. And I don't know why. I'm not a stupid man. I'm not a stupid man. I might seem quite stupid sometimes, but I'm not a stupid man.
Out there, and I tell Billy, I said, push me. He's like, what? I said, push me. So he pushes me, and as soon as he pushed me, I punched him. I punched him right over the eye. And he grabs his eye, and he sits down in the corner, and he's sitting there with his hand over his eye. And I'm laughing. So then he pulls his hand down, and his hand just full of blood, and there's blood running down his face.
It's wrestling ethos, but here comes the ethos.
And of course, I busted out laughing even harder.
Yeah, that's just how it used to be.
Face. I'm laughing. So then he pulls his hand down, and his hand just full of blood, and there's blood running down his face. And of course, I busted out laughing even harder.
But despite that,
I had all the way back to the locker room.
I had a thing.
I'm not going back out there.
It's Holly versus Bubba.
I'm going. Are you gonna be what's that? You all right? Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you. Right, you're not as fat as you used to be.
Fuck off. How about I take you down right here, right now, on video?
No, we still have to have a rubber match.
No, and it's not a condom reference. That means when there's there's got to be a tiebreaker, the rubber match. That's what it means.
Hey, at least your partner's fatter than you are. He's huge right now. I know he is. Life is good. I'll see you guys later. All right, see you later. Try not to put yourself over too much. I'm not at all. I'm putting you over.
Yeah, but it's all very stupid and dangerous. It's been in there too long. Let's see. Oh, it's worse than I thought. Like, let's do a surprise, but I didn't think it'd be this much of a heartbreak. I burnt my pizza. Oh, happy Pride in July 1st, Canada Day, and I burned my pizza bad. This is, I distracted myself from unworthy things. No, pizza's more worthy than want to do the other kind of work, the post-work work. Happy alt Pride.
Yeah, and yet still we're not alarmed. We're not sufficiently alarmed to do what? Maybe that's another reason that we're not sufficient. Because to do what? All right, I've been alarmed for 5 minutes. I can't think of anything worth doing. I'm going to stop being alarmed now.
I got alarmed about 3 years ago in the spring. It's February to May, June.
Yeah.
In the days when providential plagues swept the cities clean, the individual, in his capacity as survivor, inspired with some reason a certain respect. He was still a being. There are no more beings. There is only this swarm of dying creatures, stricken with longevity, all the more hateful in that they are so good at organizing their agony. To them we prefer almost any animal, if only because it is hunted down by them, despoilers and profaners of a landscape once ennobled by the presence of beasts. Paradise is the absence of man.